special welcome to all the dignitaries present here for having taken out time from their busy schedules to be here today. Now, isn't it great to be back at an in-person event after a forced gap of 2 years? Well, like most industry sectors, the Indian poultry sector too was impacted in the early days of the pandemic. But the resilience of our industry ensured that the sector slowly but surely bounced back. And now it's time to imagine the poultry sector of tomorrow. Today's sessions will begin and touch upon a host of topics that are relevant to the poultry industry today as well as in the near future. So let's get started. And for this, may I request the founder president, IPEMA, Mr. Anil Dhumal, to kindly join us on stage and say a few words to set the tone for the event today. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly put your hands together.
Good morning, everybody. I said good morning. Namaste, namaskaram. After a gap of 2 years, we are meeting again here. And I am very, very happy to welcome you all for this Knowledge Day. This is organized by Poultry India. Poultry India is our industry show. My warm welcome to speakers of today's presentations. Warm welcome to all the EAC members who we are grateful to them for their guidance and support. EAC is the Executive Advisory Committee, which is consisting of all the heads of other poultry associations in India. These stakeholders of the Indian poultry, they keep on guiding us and advising us for this show. Indian poultry industry has vision and strong desire for growth. Our industry has vision to see that Indian poultry sector keeps on modernizing the technological changes and vision that India will reach in a top-level poultry producing countries. All this is possible only after adapting to new technologies and methods and all aspects of poultry farming. Adapting this, I am not only sure that India will eventually emerge globally very effective and competitive poultry production country, but it will also help our farmers to increase their income and drive us towards growth. Now, growth in poultry industry will bring smile to all of us, all the stakeholders of the Indian poultry. We also have responsibility to make available affordable protein source to our 1.4 billion people and the consumers. Effective production with optimum cost, good quality poultry products combined with proper marketing is the need to satisfy the consumer. This gap of 2 years has taught us many new things, new marketing models. New marketing models are emerging. We need to keep in pace with the changing scenario in the world and adapt to new marketing models. Our consumers of poultry products are getting aware about the human body protein requirements, and they are getting very smart. Majority of the people have smartphones, and we must understand importance of digital marketing. Our efforts in this Knowledge Day is to bring best possible knowledge to this gathering. For joining, and I request Dr. P.K. Shukla to introduce speakers and start the session. Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome back to the 14th edition of Knowledge Day 2022. On behalf of Knowledge Day team, I welcome you all again back to our industry's grain show. My team has done a very good job since last 3 months, and this time I would like to tell you what is new about it. This time we started designing our topics and speakers with a general survey program which has been carried out throughout the country amongst poultry sector. We designed a questionnaire wherein everybody has been asked to put upon the inputs what exactly they are expecting from the Knowledge Day. And then when all the inputs were available with us, me and my team, which is consisting of Dr. R.K. Jaiswal, Dr. Vijay Makhija, Mr. Rajesh Roshia, Mr. Harish Garware, Dr. Gautman, Dr. P.S. Mahesh, Mr. Milind Limye, Dr. Chandrakant, we have started churning over the issues. And finally what has come out, by and large people wanted to know about what next about genetic improvement. A lot of genetic improvement has been brought in. Along the side, lot more requirements have also been generated, and there are many more multiple issues where we need to look into. So we designed a chapter over it, and today we are having Greg Hitt, who is going to talk about what else is required along the side of genetic improvement. Definitely, we need to have a good feeding practices, good nutrition, good management, good ventilation, good air quality, and of course, a very good health management too. As already Mr. Anil Dhumal has pointed out, this corona time has taught us a lot more lessons, wherein we have been introduced to a new platform which of course have been used by other sectors earlier, but by and large not in the poultry sector, and those were the digital platforms. So again, it has been felt that what is there to harness the ability and efficiency of digital platform in marketing of poultry and poultry product. And today we are going to have with us Mr. K. Srinivas, who is going to talk on this particular aspect to us. A reputation building, it is one and most important thing for any industry or individual to grow. And off and on what we experience, poultry by and large is being blamed for each and everything whichever come to us. Again, branding becomes an issue, and once you earn and enjoy a good reputation, then definitely we are going to have and secure a best future. For this, I think everybody is aware of a person behind, a brain behind the vibrant Gujarat, and today we are going to have him as speaker in brand building in poultry sector, none other than Mr. Rahul Sharma. Today, when we are talking about high prices in poultry production, always we are bothering about the high rise prices of soya and corn. Time and again, we are thinking over it, but there are certain things which are beyond supply and demand matrix. And to discuss all this, what we need to plan in a short term, what we need to plan in a medium term, what we need to plan in a long term. Either the government sector or the private sector, or where these two sectors, the government and private, can chip in together. We have a very senior economist, analyst and panelist, Mr. G. Chandrasekhar with us, who is going to enlighten us how to keep the fluctuating prices, or how to deal with the fluctuating prices of corn and soya in our country. As the theme says, harnessing the poultry sector, that ultimately gives an indication that we need to think in an overall aspect, and wherein the export also becomes an important issue. And for this, we have Dr. Sudhanshu with us. Unfortunately, he couldn't head with the export potentials of the country and how we can increase it. As we all know, whatever is being produced world over, either in terms of total egg mass or in terms of poultry meat, only 10% of it enters into an international trade. And if we compare these world figures with our Indian figures, here this amounts only 3% of what we are producing in our country. Only 3 to 3.3% enters into an international trade. My dear friends, when we are talking about harnessing the potential of poultry sector in our country, it reminds me the concept of Kamdhenu, wherein in an olden time, if you have Kamdhenu with you, you wish anything and it will be available to you. And to me, working over in the poultry sector since last almost 34 years, I regard this beautiful bird as a modern Kamdhenu for us. Whether it is a wealth or health, altogether this tiny bird is with us. Whether it was a very difficult time in Corona, or a very, very wonderful time when we enjoy this bird in increasing our national economy, always it came to our rescue. Since olden times, since ancient time, this poultry has been an integral part of our culture. I recollect a few days back, the former secretary, Mr. Tarun Sridhar, while talking on the occasion of IPSECon 2020, mentioned, because he has gone with a thorough research with this poultry bird, he tracked the history, and there he has mentioned that even in the time of Mahabharata, this poultry bird was existing, and it was a symbol on the chariot of flag of Karna, where this chicken has been portrayed. So it's a symbol of strength, it's a symbol of wealth, and again, now we as poultry sector personnel knows its potential. Poultry sector, such a strong sector, I have never seen such a potential in the growth since independence. If I recollect correctly, at the time of independence, roughly in 1950s, we were producing around 1.8 billion number of eggs. And today what we are producing is almost 122 billion. In no other sector, more than 50-fold increase or 50-fold growth was there in the country. So hats off to the poultry sector, hats off to the persons working with the poultry. And it is all because of you. You brought it on a national figure, this tiny bird. Now it's a time, every year we are trying that something new should come to the Knowledge Day. And this year, what we are bringing to you is really a very new thing with a different concept and a different mindset. All these speakers with us, they are very dynamic, of their own kind in their field, and we need to translate whatever they are going to present it over here in our poultry sector. As 4 or 5 years back, we tried to introduce a motivational speaker in the last of almost when we are terminating our day. This year also we are having an excellent motivational speaker with us, and he is none other than Mr. Pulela Gopichan, who will be with us late in the evening, and wherein he is going to talk about his own experiences and share his thoughts with us. So ladies and gentlemen, now it's a time we should go ahead with our knowledge partners, with our speakers, enjoy the day, have some take-home messages from our speakers, and then again late in the evening, we'll discuss the rest of the things with you. Till then, be ready with your questions, be ready with your queries to our speakers. We shall try to solve, we shall try to address your queries if at all it reaches to us. So thank you very much once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
To us, Dr. Shukla. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, as is our tradition, to Upmanyu Basu, Dr. Chakradhar Rao, Dr. Vijay Makhija. I also invite our group of singers to recite the Ganesh Vandana, an ode to Lord Ganesh, the god of intellect and wisdom. Can we please have you on stage? Round of applause, everyone. Lovely, thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may now take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, India is the world's third largest egg producer and the fourth largest, and many of them from the rural parts of the country. Given the sheer scale of the industry in India, it is necessary that the government policy too is formulated in a way that supports healthy growth of this sector. And today, we're indeed privileged to have Shri Upamanyu Basu, Joint Secretary, Livestock Health Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, as our keynote speaker for the day. With over 3 decades of experience in policy making, his thoughts are going to be inevitable and invaluable. Please welcome, with a huge round of applause, Shri Upamanyu Basu on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please hear it for him?
Mr. Upamanyu Basu. Mr. Upamanyu Basu is currently the Joint Secretary, Livestock Health, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying in the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of 1989. He holds a bachelor's degree in agriculture from the College of Agriculture, Pune, and a master's degree in mycology and plant pathology from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute. In 2007, he went on to pursue a degree in public administration from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore, with focus on areas of public finance, culture, and allied fields. Please welcome Mr. Upamanyu Basu.
A very good morning to everybody and a warm welcome to this August gathering. It's my proud privilege to be the keynote speaker for the day, though I'm a generalist. I can only say that my first observation here that it's an agglomeration of all stakeholders. It's fantastic to see that. Government officials, and then people from the industry, academia, everyone. But then let's pause a bit and see. Because we always talk of one thing, that is sustainability. So whether this knowledge partnership, this gathering can be a sustainable feature throughout the year, throughout the decades, so that our main objective of we have already put India on the global map of egg production, but then soaring into heights. So with this thoughts, I'll give a small analogy. In the Indian kitchen, of course, today there is mixies and blenders, but in the old Indian kitchen, we had the masala grinders, and various spices used to be put there, which actually enhanced the taste of the food. I see a similar thing here in this Knowledge Day workshop. It's like all spices are getting together. It's really wonderful. Now to begin with, let me say that the global human population is projected to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, accompanied by a substantial increase in demand for livestock products. Even in this country, if you analyze, the demand for livestock products is really high. And going to the poultry statistics, of course, these are all figures that I may be just reading, but the livestock sector is presently recording an annual growth rate of more than 13.96%. And in its contribution to Indian agriculture and in the Indian economy, it's in a progressive state with a contribution of about 30.87 in the allied sector GVA and 6.17 of the total GVA. So basically the livestock sector in India grows at the rate of 6.13% as compared to crop sector or any other sector, which is much less. And among the livestock sector, poultry population. The poultry population has seen a growth of 16.8%. Poultry population consists of the backyard poultry as well as the commercial poultry. And the total egg production is 122.05 billion eggs. And we've already seen in the TV's place here that India ranks third in the world in egg production. Per capita availability of egg is 90 eggs per annum. Now these are figures which look good. It's my personal opinion, but it looks good on statistics. But then are all our people fed? Because egg is the cheapest source of protein. So we have to have a healthy population, and for that the egg and meat industry, that's chicken industry, have to really grow, because the demand is spruced up by the population growth. Now we are focusing here on genetics, hybriding, growth, income, everyone. But then there is one thing that I want to stress, and that is, when we say, again, an analogy, that, look, I have earned this much and I have saved this much. Because unless there is a saving, or we say in income tax parlance, disposable income. So it is really difficult. But often it is decreased due to expenses, and that is medical expenses. So I'll put a little, it said that health is wealth. So when we translate investment into wealth, obviously one has to see about health. So again, prevention is better than cure, as we all know. So vaccination against economically important poultry diseases, the government plays a supportive role here, and states are supported under the government schemes of the livestock and disease control program. There's a particular component called ASCAD, that's assistance to states for control of animal diseases. Then this year, the government has taken a policy decision to allow vaccination against LPAI, which was really sought after. Because what happens is, vaccination helps in many ways. In the sense, when we use antibiotics for treatment, because at the end of the day, mortality has to be controlled. And it depends on the investment, the return on investment depends on the production. So, point is, at the same time, if we can vaccinate and control the poultry diseases per se, for example, LPAI, which even the industry has been asking for. So that, I think, will be a major. LPAI is not included in the list of diseases of the mentioned by OIE, that is now known as WOA, that is World Organization for Animal Health. So basically, it won't affect us. However, vaccination against other diseases it also affects our export. Because unless you are free from vaccination, a disease-free zone cannot be considered, and if that is not accepted, export becomes difficult. The department, as I have mentioned, has also prepared an action plan for prevention and control and of course containment of avian influenza, which was there earlier and revised in 2021. Setting up control rooms, really gauge the mortality, and then streamlining regulatory approval. This is one big step that we are pursuing now, because it's often perceived that government is all about regulation. No. I can tell you that it is facilitation along with regulation. Both are needed. Regulation per se cannot stand alone. Similarly, only if facilitation is there without regulation, even that will falter after some time. The next step that the government has taken from the last year, and which will also help the poultry industry to a great extent, is the mobile veterinary services. That the states are beginning to flag off, and basically believing on the theme that if you can't reach the hospital, the doctor will reach you. And then, of course, a comprehensive program is being charted out along with the World Bank assistance. Though it's starting with 5 pilot states in the country, the main motto here is to increase the level of diagnostics and capacity building so that we have trained personnel. Because you see, it's often said, and which is, again, I believe in, which I think every one of you will believe in, is the time taken between prevention, treatment and diagnosis and treatment should be minimal. Otherwise, if the time taken is more, treatment will hardly take place, and it will result in mortality or morbidity. So then, in addition to this, recently, harnessing technology, it said that change is the best, the most constant thing in this earth is change. So one has to adapt and then adopt to change, be it technology, as Dr. Shukla was speaking about digital platform, how we can harness the digital platform. Because at the end of the day, we have to understand that it is not that technology is a standalone thing. Technology has to be harnessed so that the gains given to humanity through technology can be seen. Then comes the phase of COVID, last 2 years. And today it seems it's the poultry industry, they have kept, the resilience has really been shown both in dairy and poultry sectors, that other sectors really wilted in COVID. But the resilience shown here, I really appreciate and convey my thanks to this sector for showing that, yes, this sector has played a key role in Atmanirbhar Bharat. Coming to the new approach, the new focus of the government towards entrepreneurship, various entrepreneurship schemes in livestock sector has been recently introduced, like the HIDF fund for Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, both for ruminants, small ruminants, poultry, as well as the cattle. Then one more thing which is going to come, we have been reading in the newspapers about human digitization, but we are yet to see. Let me tell you that already the National Digital Livestock Mission is underway and it has started. So it is the livestock sector that will lead digitization. That's again harnessing technology. Digital technologies help increase productivity and reduce use of antibiotic growth promoters substantially. Because we all know that antimicrobial use, the use and abuse of antibiotics are, they really hurt the human life on the One Health sector. And then IoT can help monitor the use, even help improve biosecurity. Again, a big factor for the livestock industry, because biosecurity is essential not only to stem the spread of animal diseases, but also sustainable livestock management. Automation, unless we leverage the automation technology, life is again going to be still very static, and the growth engine has to, to increase the farmer's income and the income in general, so that the disposable income rises amidst the costs of treatment, is that use of the internet technology and the blockchain technology used in the poultry industries for food safety, traceability, transparency, and monitoring all aspects is a welcome step. Recently, we've seen that livestock vaccines and their transport often gets impacted by difficult geographical terrains in the country. However, after seeing the use of drone technology, we've been seeing in YouTube that drone technology is used for photographs. So, but then there are drones used in agriculture for spraying pesticides, fungicides. So we thought, why not we try and see whether we can use the drone technology for delivery of vaccines. And on 14th of November, I am proud to say that the first drone launch was taken place by the DHD at 25 kilometers in 19 minutes, where poultry vaccines and other vaccines were carried from one part of the state to another part. So then, of course, we will see the scale of use of this technology, and then we can go forward. During COVID, as we all know, that many sectors have wilted, but due to policy interventions, even the poultry sector was impacted. You know, as Dr. Shukla said, the blame game is always on the animals and the poultry, because we are, I think, too much anthropocentric. We often forget that there are animals also to be taken care of, in much written, enshrined in the Constitution. There were rumors about involvement of poultry in COVID spread, but then the government stepped and forward and gave enough media coverage, because what happens is information is power, and so information got by any source, people think that yes, it's okay to adopt this or adopt that, but then there lies the power of analysis, because unless you analyze and think that whether it is really actually a thing which will affect or otherwise. Veterinary diagnostic laboratories were converted into human diagnostic laboratories during COVID state. So to sum up, I think to sustain this tremendous growth rate, advanced technology must be adopted, and adopted rapidly, because without that we'll be left far behind. The bigger test is how to use this technology to help small holding poultry enterprises and large number of households keeping backyard this poultry, which contribute to the livelihood and nutritional security. This sector has to rely upon cutting-edge technology to meet the resources so as to provide safe and wholesome poultry products, not only for households, but also in the mainstream supply chain. And in this aspect, let me tell you that, in fact, if Mr. Srinivas Farms, Mr. Chitturi is around, yes, he is around, I can see him. He will remember that in 2019, in OIE, they wanted to change some terrestrial codes for the poultry industries, giving into the so-called animal welfare of the European nations. And but then India objected there too. And when we took upon the stand that since it was about the cage, and all the European countries were against our industry. But then, thanks to US and China, who supported us, and we could stop that particular resolution coming into force. However, again in 2021, it resurrected. But then the department and of course the industry, we all again were together and we registered it. And now I just heard that even the courts have allowed. Of course, the principle of animal welfare is welcome. At the same time, there should not be any, overcasting the shadows of one to other, because both development as well as welfare should take place side by side. They should not contradict each other, otherwise sustainability will be in question. So with this, I wish you all the best and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. May I please request appreciation? Shri Basu, can we please have you on stage again? Round of applause, everyone. I think the tone for the day has already been set by the dignitaries who've spoken so far. And we begin with the technical sessions now. As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, exports is a multi-million-dollar opportunity. And when it comes to exports, government policies play a key role. And we are in luck because our next speaker is just the right person to speak on this subject. It is our privilege to have Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, to join us virtually to speak on harnessing, but he was gracious enough to connect with us for this presentation. So I request you all to kindly pay your attention to the screen, everyone.
Dr. Sudhanshu. Dr. Sudhanshu is a veteran in the agro industry with over 32 years of rich experience in the agro sector. He is currently the Secretary at the Ministry of Commerce, Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, APEDA. Having earned a PhD in Commerce and a postgraduate degree in Business Administration and Computer Applications from Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, MJP, Rohilkhand University, Dr. Sudhanshu went on to complete a program in Food and Agricultural Business Management from the prestigious Cornell University in New York. He holds several licenses and certifications from reputed national and international organizations, including Better Training for Safer Food from the European Commission. Dr. Sudhanshu was a key member of a global expert team that wrote the FAO/WHO guide for developing and improving the national food recall system. Dr. Sudhanshu has participated in trade delegation visits and promotional activities in various countries to promote Indian agricultural products. In a career spanning over 3 decades, Dr. Sudhanshu has overseen multiple projects. Chief among these are traceability projects, export promotion of fresh horticulture produce and processed food products, livestock products, and IT activities of the organization. Dr. Sudhanshu has won the eAsia Award in the Bridging Digital Divide category for TraceNet Traceability and Certification System by AFACT twice. Please welcome Dr. Sudhanshu.
Just a minute.
So it'll take just a little while we connect to Dr. Sudhanshu.
So just a second, sir, just a second. So you're on mute, sir, you're on mute.
I think we're just suffering with a little technical glitch. Please bear with us. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to enlighten you all that in interest of time, we'll not be having any tea or coffee breaks today. Tea and coffee counters will be operational in the service area, so please feel free to help yourself as per your convenience. While doing so, please be mindful not to cause any inconvenience to our fellow delegates or our speakers, and our tea and coffee counters shall be operational.
So I don't think the issue is from your side. No, not yet.
Shall you let us try for that? Okay.
So I think we've reconnected to Dr.
I think the
Sakshi.
audio might be, now audio is showing here. It is going.
Yeah, sir. Now we are screening you to the.
Can I start? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You can start.
Mr. Dhumal, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. You can start.
So, okay. Dear members of the organizing committee, esteemed participants covering representatives of various organizations under animal husbandry sector, hope I am audible after the technical glitches. So, good morning to all of you. First, let me just hold a second. Hello. Yeah, am I audible? Okay, sorry. Extremely sorry for the technical glitches. At times, the technology plays a crucial role. With the advancement, there are benefits, pros and cons, both the side. First, let me apologize for not able to join physically in this August gathering today. I was supposed to be there, I committed, but due to an urgent meeting in the ministry, I could not join. So, and I'm glad and honored to be a part of this 14th Poultry Knowledge Day. Let me first compliment the organizers to make this program a mega event by bringing all the stakeholders in the supply chain of production and export of poultry and poultry products. On this occasion, mandate of the organization, which is Export Promotion of Agri Products, the organization which I am representing. And we all are aware that India is blessed to be an agrarian economy and further blessed with the strength in subsectors of agriculture, horticulture. Come to the presentation part. Coming to the next slide, please. Which is basically on the overview of production and consumption of poultry. I would request my colleague to take to the next slide. Rajiv, can you take to the next slide? I think there is some again the problem. But anyway, I would not like to waste the time of the audience. Just 1 second. Yeah. Just 1 second. I think there is some problem in scrolling this. Excuse me, there is some problem in scrolling of the presentation. I am just trying for it. So, in the overview of production and consumption, Indian poultry industry is over rupees 1,40,000 crore, which is the size of the industry, and it continues to be one of the fastest growing subsectors of animal husbandry, with a growth rate of 8 to 10%. As India is known for number of products in the agriculture sector, whether it is in fruits or vegetables or cereals, similar in the case of animal husbandry also. Poultry also, we are the second largest egg producer after China, with a production of 114 in 2020-21. And how we are placed at this position. This is only due to the poultry population in our country, and if as per the 20th livestock census we see, it is 851.81 million, and the projections place egg production reaching 136 million eggs, with poultry meat production to total 6.2 million metric ton by 2022. Which gives a good indication, and if a proper strategy is being made, we will definitely be able to harness the potential of this poultry sector. If we see the per capita consumption, which is around 87 eggs per annum, and leading exporters of poultry are Brazil, USA, Netherlands, Poland, and Germany. Next slide, please. Now let us see where we stand in the global production. We have analyzed basically the top 10 countries from the 2021 data. In the case of chicken meat, we stand at 5th number with the production and share of 5.12%. And in case of primary eggs, India stands at number 2. Will not read the figures, because figures are already visible to the audience. Next slide, please. Now let us see which are the top 5 importing countries in world in terms of value and percentage share in total. China stands at number 1, then Germany, Netherlands, UK, and France. So if we the takeaway from this slide is that after China, EU is the major importer of poultry in the global market. Next slide, please. Now, let us see the major global importers or major in this slide, we have tried to analyze basically the top 10 countries percentage share wise. In this, we can see that our major export is to Middle East market and Southeast Asia and some of the countries of EU. So, and this percentage share of top 10 countries is basically around, it contributes to roughly 80%. Which is a substantial one. So that was the idea, to just to show the indication, the present export country wise. Next slide, please. Now, after the global situation of the global market and export, let us see the from the perspective of production. India is such a vast country that in every state the potential is there, but if we see the top 8 states where the poultry concentration is there. Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and the other states mentioned. And Tamil Nadu is the largest egg producing state, accounting for 1/3 of the country's entire output, which is due to the reason we all know that Namakkal is the hub of poultry production and exports. And in the case of broiler production, Namakkal district, which alone accounts for more than 30% of the total production. Majority of the eggs are marketed by the farmers directly. And Government of India under Agri-Export Policy, which was announced in December 2018, and where the clusters of potential products were notified in various states across the country. So considering the potential of poultry in Tamil Nadu, especially in the Namakkal area, this cluster for poultry products was notified, and which comprises of 3 districts, Namakkal, Salem and Erode district. Next slide, please. Now, just to see which all are the products which are being exported, these are the 5 products which have been taken on the basis of HS code, and these products have the specific HS code, and we all know the importance of HS code when we talk about exports, because from HS code only the data can be captured about the export and export to which country, quantity and value. Next slide, please. Now, in my presentation, the focus I am trying to give that there is a need for value addition in poultry. Though when we talk about value addition, not in poultry, but in all parts of agriculture domains, because when the abundant raw material is there, and if the proper value addition is done, it fetches a premium price by the producer is able to get a good price. And in this case, when we talk about agri product, the farmer is the ultimate farmer and the processor who are able to get a premium price if some amount of value addition is done. Though when we talk about value addition is in the form of primary processing, secondary processing and tertiary processing. So it is up to the industry, up to what level the processing can be done. Just the features of the important aspects of value addition in the poultry sector. Basically, it enables to increase the shelf life, improvement in safety standards and product attributes such as appearance and taste. Then it enables to drive convenience and provide variety to consumers. Also provide efficient marketing and distribution when we deal into value-added products rather than into a perishable product. Then better utilization of low-value cuts and byproducts, and the better prospect for exports and high economic value. So, Government of India, through its concerned line ministries and the concerned organization, is pursuing with all the state governments to encourage the value addition aspect, encouraging and motivating the entrepreneurs to venture into value addition, which will ultimate we will be able to avoid the wastage, and the final finished product or the value added product will reach to the consumers for final consumption, whether for the domestic market or for the exports. And as per the estimates, 34% of meat produced in India is processed into value-added products, as compared to 87% in USA, 56% in Brazil, and 55% in Italy, which shows that there is a lot of scope for encouraging value addition, or there is a dire need for encouraging value addition in poultry sector. Next slide, please. Just to show a glimpse of the possible value addition, though n number of products, value-added products can be made from the poultry sector. Just a glimpse of these products. There's such innovative and with a good visual appeal, such kind of products. Able to prepare n number of products. Next slide, please. Took initiative for encouraging value addition by organizing a national business meet for boosting export of value-added meat products. And we organized this program on 25th March 2022 at New Delhi. And we invited all the concerned stakeholders, which involved the concerned line ministries, the state government, National Research Center for different products, and the trade. And where the brainstorming was done, and poultry was one of the sector where we tried to showcase the possibilities and prospects for value addition in poultry, apart from the cattle, when we talk about buffalo meat or the sheep, goat meat and the pork. So there is a a lot of scope and potential for encouraging value addition, basically for the value added meat for the domestic and global market both. Next slide, please. Now, just let us see the challenges in the poultry sector. And these we have tried to segregate into 4 major challenges. One is the lack of basic infrastructure, which is in terms of storage and transportation, including cold chain. Then poor poultry practices, overcrowding cages, limited space for fowls, improper arrangement of aeration, and no quality standards for farm management in India, which is important because until and unless at the level of farm, the proper practices are not followed and the quality standards are not there, it is going to affect the final product. Then growth hormones to fowls, which is one of the detriment for human consumption. And these basically 4 challenges, if are properly addressed, then it is going to strengthen this, interact with the state, improved and strengthened. Next slide, please. Compartments and zoning. India is such a vast country, and where the disease outbreak of avian influenza, if the outbreak is in northeast part of the country, and the entire country is basically banned for exports. So we have been deliberating, interacting with the Animal Husbandry Department and the industry for the need for compartments and zoning. And because that is the ultimate, unless the compartments are not created, there will always be a sort of the uncertainty for banning of poultry export from the country, because in one part of the country, the outbreak is there, the whole country gets banned. Though we have taken up with the OIE, and OIE has suggested to follow a proper system for that. And in that system, basically 5 principles are there for setting up the compartments or setting up the zones, which is good animal husbandry practices, strict biocontrol security measures, isolation of subpopulation, surveillance supervision, and central control of a compartment, then separation of a compartment from potential sources of infection. And if these 5 principles are followed, then the recognized so that disruptions in supplies, the continuity of supply cannot be, it cannot be broken. Next slide, please. Now coming to this last part of this, is the last slide. After seeing the strength, the weakness, challenges, and what can be done, this aspect of globally if we see. One is market access and removal of trade barriers, where the basically due to avian influenza outbreak, the export is stopped. As we already mentioned about how that can be addressed by compartment and zoning. UAE India is at the final stage of adopting model health certificate for export of poultry through compartmentalization. This will pave way for other GCC countries for opening up imports from India on the basis of compartment. This is one part. And this market access and removal of trade barriers is basically done by having regular bilateral meeting, and through Ministry of Commerce in the bilateral meetings we are flagging the issues related to poultry, and in some areas we have received some success. In some areas, and in coming days or in coming months, we are going to achieve the obstacles which we are facing. Then second is the incentives, financial assistance for infrastructure development, for compartmentalized poultry exporters and other incentives. This is to be given, though PIDA provides financial assistance as given to other scheduled products, for it is provided for poultry sector also. Under the focus product analysis of RCA products having export potential for India, these are the HS code which we feel that these needs to be given due priority. Then reduction of production cost, because the major challenge is feed at higher cost. So the feed is to be made available at a lower cost, disease-free and traceability. And though APIDA has initiated and implemented traceability system for a number of products, and those traceability systems have been recognized worldwide, and the confidence has been generated in voters that the system is in place. So we have initiated for traceability system through poultry.net, though the process will take time. With the contribution of the stakeholders, we will be able to develop and implement this system. And final is the market promotion in the potential market, which is one of the important activities of APIDA whenever we organize participation in international trade fairs. And apart from other scheduled products, we always highlight the importance of poultry exports from India. Next slide, please. So on poultry, these were the major one, which is the current topic for the audience. We'll only run through few slides, not take much time, because the participants who are not aware of the mandate of the organization or what APIDA is doing under Ministry of Commerce, the mandate given for export promotion of agri and processed food products, which include poultry also. This is basically just a glimpse of this. India has emerged as a significant agri exporter in several pulses, cashew nuts. India's agri export contributed nearly 14% of its total mercantile exports during 2021-22. And I would like to make a mention with a proud that despite the COVID pandemic and despite the disruption in supplies during the COVID pandemic, India was able to supply food products to the global market, and which generated a confidence. And that time we were able to achieve a good amount of growth. And India ranks 9th in terms of exports and 11th in terms of import of agri products when we consider EU 27 as one country. Next slide, please. Just about APIDA, it's an export promotion organization under Ministry of Commerce and Industries. Its headquarters is in Delhi. We have 14 regional offices. One office we have is in Hyderabad, where this program is going on, and looks after 700 plus products. And the journey started from $0.6 billion in 86-87, and we have reached to $24.7 billion, though we have to go a long way. And though we have registered a good footprint in the global agri market with the help of all the stakeholders, and the export is basically to more than 200 countries across the globe. Next slide. Just highlight of agri export from India, just to show out of the total agri basket, 50% is looked after by APIDA, and the remaining 50% the designated organization like for marine products, APIDA is there, spices, tea, coffee, and there are certain other products which does not come under the ambit of any of the organization, is directly looked after by the ministry. Next slide, please. From the APIDA basket, just to touch upon that, you may see animal products, which is 17%, and poultry is a part of that, and other is cereals, fruits, vegetables, floriculture, seed, and recently we have been given the responsibility of cashew by a notification of Government of India. Next slide, please. APIDA provides financial assistance under its scheme, and the scheme's details are available at a website. The poultry entrepreneurs and the processors, exporters, whosoever are willing, they can avail the assistance. I will not go into the detail. These are available at APIDA website. Next slide. Just to go through on the recent initiatives of APIDA for export promotion. Next slide, please. Virtual buyer-seller meet during the COVID pandemic, when the physical interaction was not possible. We started organizing virtual buyer-seller meet with 51 virtual buyer-seller meet have been organized through Indian missions in the markets where the platform provided the opportunity to interact. And for poultry also, in virtual buyer-seller meet, The poultry exporters were also a part of it. Poultry importers were also a part of that. Next slide, please. We organized virtual trade fair also during the COVID pandemic. The idea is this, that how APIDA is trying to promote agri exports from the country in the odd circumstances, also in the difficult situations also. Next slide, please. We conducted trial shipments of GI product. We know that there is a focus of Government of India on pushing the export of GI products. These are some of the products which have been pushed from various states, various countries. Next slide, please. For again the ethnic and unique products, how APIDA was able to connect these products to the global market. The idea is to generate confidence among the poultry industry also. The way the other agri products are being connected to the global market, the entrepreneurs, the exporters and processors are welcome. If they have any product with any kind of innovation, APIDA is definitely there to handhold and connect to the global market. Next slide, please. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to interact with the audience there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Sudhanshu. That was indeed very insightful. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right, before we begin and commence further, I would just like to enlighten you that I hope you've all received your question cards, and you can fill in your questions in those cards and hand them over to our volunteers. Just in case you haven't received them, you can always ask for it, and these questions will be answered in the next question and answer round. Now, moving on, our next speaker for the day joins us all the way from New Zealand, and he will be sharing his thoughts on genetics and the role it plays in breed performance in modern poultry. Please welcome Mr. Greg Hitt on stage, everyone. A huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have Mr. Greg Hitt?
Greg Hitt. Greg has over 35 years of combined experience in the poultry industry and is currently working with Aviogen. Before joining Aviogen, he worked for one of New Zealand's leading integrators in a variety of managerial roles spanning breeders, broilers, and turkey production. He joined Aviogen in October 2012, initially as a technical service manager, proudly serving customers across Asia. In 2018, Greg was promoted to the position of Regional Technical Manager at Aviogen Asia, where he is responsible for leading the company's technical team across the region. Please welcome Mr. Greg Hitt.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see everyone here. Namaste. As maybe it was indicated, I have 10 years visiting India in my career, and my last visit to come and be in India was in July 2019. It was 3 years ago, and of course the pandemic saw that we were all locked down. So that brings me here today. So great pleasure to be here and share some thoughts with you. It's also amazing to see such a packed room, really amazing to see that, and that the Indian poultry industry is clearly full steam ahead. Something else that got a little packed over COVID was my fit in this suit. So maybe we can say that's an impact of COVID. Before I begin, I'd like to just acknowledge the organisational committee for this Knowledge Day, for the invitation to come and speak to you. It's a great honour for me to do that, and I'm very, very happy to be here today. I can see that we've got a very, very full program, some really good presentations. I hope that you get to take something away from all of the presentations today. Make full use of those topics. While we're on topics, my topic for today that I have great pleasure to talk to you on is genetics, breed performance in modern times. And just to start, I'll give a brief overview of my talk, just 2 topics split in half. I'll start with lifting the curtain a little bit for you on what happens with R&D and at the primary breeder level, what steps and technology that's employed to make sure that we get the genetic improvement. Then the second part of my talk, I'll cover more about fundamentals of management for extracting the full genetic potential from broilers. Okay, if we start looking at the picture and the evolution of R&D in our industry, we can see that around 1960, the selection process was quite simple. Really, only a couple of traits were measured. And then we can see a gradual progression to what we have today, with over 40 traits evaluated at a primary breeder level. We can see that we're selecting not only broiler traits, but also breeder performance, processing, and welfare traits. That's becoming more and more important for our end consumer to know that our chicken is safe and the animal is treated well. So over 40 traits are evaluated here. One thing that I will mention is normally there's an antagonism between reproductive trait and broiler trait. With latest technology, we can now see breeder performance improving every year, year on year, at the same time a primary breeder can deliver improving broiler performance. And here I've laid out a typical introduction of technology in an R&D timeline. If you look at this, we start in 1960, moving all the way to current day today. And I would encourage you all to look at the timeline and consider when you entered the poultry industry. Think about when you came into work in the industry. For myself, 1986, somewhere about here. So quite a lot of technology has been developed since myself personally, I've been working in the industry. We can see that we started with mass selection in the 1960s with simplified identifying traits that we want, simple traits, and selecting those. And we can see as timeline progresses, we're moving to traits such as heart and lung function with pulse oximeter. We have multi-environment, where we are taking siblings, brothers and sisters from pedigree birds, and we're placing them into different environments, assessing their performance, and then selecting based on the learning from that. We can see new technology being introduced here with individual feed stations and individual birds fitted with RFID tags, and we measure the feed and water that the birds are consuming. That helps us make decisions for FCR and welfare traits. We can also see digital X-ray and use of computer tomography or CT scanning, and more recently, the use of genomics. And we'll talk a little more on that, but that genomics really helps us to make fast decisions that will help us bring the breeder performance forward at the same time as the broiler. Okay, so a modern selection process. We're looking at collecting a lot of data from our birds in a pedigree situation. We can see here some eggs. These eggs all have barcodes. The hen is trap nested, so we know the female, and then that is barcoded, so we know the mother. Then we use groups in our selection process so that we know the impact of male activity, female receptivity, and other factors. We also are still maintained. So all of this process is additive. As we bring extra technology into the system, we maintain the previous and bring in the new. Also, we mentioned the use of, the use of methods of building data, build a huge repository of information. Per breeding animal, I'm told that we're now up to 250,000 data points for every pedigree animal in primary breeding operations. So that huge amount of information comes through to a computer system. Here, that fast genetic progress to continue. Here we have a predicted rate of improvement for a product that's commercially available in India. And we can see we have both broiler traits and breeder traits. And if you look, all of these traits are predicted to move positively. From 2022 through to 2026, looking forward, we can expect to see this kind of rate of improvement in our broiler stock and in our breeders. More eggs, more hatchability, bringing us more chicks, at the same time that we're seeing an improvement in FCR. So you might be wondering, how can we predict accurately what happens in 2026? If we consider the timeline with the generations, at the pedigree level, we understand what's happening with these birds, and we can see the broiler impact and the rate of change. So within a primary breeding operation, we know today what is going to happen once we multiply through the generations from GGP, GP, PS to broiler, and ultimately to the consumer in the market. And that time frame takes around 4 to 5 years. So what we see in a pedigree breeding operation, 4 to 5 years to come into reality to the customer. Here's some data just to show the trends and what we can see. This represents 226 companies globally. So there are literally billions of broilers in this information set. And we can see over this period of time that we've had an improvement, and this is an average improvement of 1.9 points of FCR year on year. At the same time, we see our average daily gain improving with a rate of almost 17 grams at 40 days, year on year. And the reason for that is the work that goes in at that, and they've mapped FCR, what we can see again. After 2005, we see a more consistent year-on-year improvement. And what we see over time, that continual improvement is helping us bring more affordability to our customers and to the end user, more sustainability, and better food security. If we consider looking at 1955 broiler and comparing to today's modern broiler, there is a massive difference we can see here. Eric and Fairchild at University of Georgia did a random bred, which is, we know, we have a bird that looks more like this. And the actual improvement, 1950s broiler, would have to be growing to 100. That got me thinking, and I was wondering about and provided by JIRA, who are a global protein export-import advisory business. They tell me there are 7 crore placed per week, broiler DOC, 7 placed per year, and 3.3 billion birds to market. Those are massive numbers. If we look at the modern broiler today, 1.72 FC metric tons of feed annually. Huge numbers. Let's compare with the take us 157 days to grow those birds with an FCR of 3, and we're now consuming 20,000 or 20 million metric tons of 9 million metric tons of feed at a feed cost of $580 per metric ton. That difference is 5 crore INR. Huge numbers. So that gives us some appreciation for the modern broiler. Okay, if we consider this equation here, your field performance, the P, is a result of not just the genetics, but also the environment. So G times E equals P. And when we're considering your health status, nutrition, and management of the birds, another way to consider this is the genetic improvement and either foundation for success. And you add in, on top of this genetics, the health, nutrition, environment, and your management inputs. And inflation is our delta P, our own field performance. We are managing our environment and everything in between here. In the case, a lot of variability here, and there's no real trend. So there's a lot of noise and a lot of things going on. That's the result of our environment and all the challenges that we face: heat stress, disease challenges, all the management, nutrition, raw materials. So those are our challenges that we have to deal with. If we look at the top performance line, we don't see quite the same amount of variation. That's because those best producers identify and eliminate those things that cause that variation. So that's the genetic side. This green line here is really indicating the genetic potential, and over time we can see, even in India, these are real results, very good genetic improvement. So while you might not see it in your operations, we've got a lot of room where we could either be up here or down here. And that says to me opportunity. So now the question comes, how do we extract that full potential from our genetics? Firstly, we want to lead with a freedom of disease and maximum livability. That's pretty obvious. Keep the birds alive, lower mortality, we're going to do better. But not only that, and even more important, is that subclinical health issues that rob your performance. You may not always see or really feel how much of an impact subclinical disease is taking on your business. You sure can see the mortality. That's a physical hard number, but we can't see the impact always of that subclinical health issues. A key one here, driving feed intake, and it's not just feed per se, but what are the things that drive intake? So we're talking lights, we're talking water, we're talking ventilation, keeping the birds comfortable, and we're talking feed form. Then in addition to that, we need to make sure that we're providing the best nutrient level that's proper package delivery to the bird to meet its need at the right time. We also need to make sure that the birds are free of stress and able to express their full potential. Now we have a conflict here with making sure that we are economic and we have the throughput and stocking densities, for instance. So there's always a bit of a play to make sure we're removing stress, but we also need to be economic. Okay, so I'll go through a little bit of a section touching on each of these. Hopefully you have heard the term flaws used before. It's something that we use in our industry to explain those fundamental points of feed, lights, air quality, water quality, and sanitation. For me, this is really more about biosecurity than sanitation, but FLAWB probably isn't a very good an acronym, so flaws it is. Now this looks very simple, but it's as complex as you want to go. These things are fundamental to your success, and to be honest, each one of these points could be a very detailed presentation or a whole seminar for a number of days. In fact, we have people like Dr. Susan Watkins and Dr. Mike Zarek who spend their entire life in research universities just looking at water, in the case of Dr. Susan Watkins, or ventilation with Dr. Mike Zarek. So this looks simple, but can be as detailed as you want to go. The message for me today, and I'd like to draw on a quote from H.J. Hines, who said, "To do a common thing uncommonly well brings success." And that could not be more true for our industry. These things that I'm going to talk about are very basic. Perhaps you already know a lot about these topics, but I'd like to emphasize the importance of getting it right all the time. Place to start is with our starter. So if we look at feed form, we need to make sure we're providing a very good coarse crumb. And the reason for that is to drive feed intake. Here's a good example. Here's another example. In this case, you're looking at a 2mm extruded pellet. And that's perfectly acceptable. In fact, it's very desirable for chicks to receive a diet like this as their starter. You can see there are no fines in here, and every beakful is going to be densely packed nutrient. You're going to drive feed intake with a diet like this. But what we can also see in places, I travel right across Asia, not just in India, we can see diets that resemble more like this. And I know we have challenge with some of our raw material quality with our corn. Our corn soy diets are renowned for not having good durability, but we can produce a good starter. In fact, I found one in India in my travels. It's possible. This was an exceptional example in a broiler operation. I would be very happy if I was feeding my chickens feed that looked like this. If we look here, this is a feed sieve. It has division, which allows various particle sizes, in this case less than 1mm, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Here we can hardly see any fines in this feed sample. That's perfect. What I also like to see, 40% in this 2 to 3 category. The chicks are perfectly looking for feed like this. You'll drive feed intake and really good 7-day weights with feed of this quality. If we move through to our grower feed, the pelleted diets, this is one of the best examples of pelleted feed that I've seen in my travels, and it was here in a broiler producer in India. I use this in examples for presentations wherever I go about what you can achieve in terms of diet presentation. But we can also very commonly see feed that looks like this. And that is hurting your daily intake. And you're not driving feed intake when we have a diet like this. It's possible. We need to focus on it and make sure we've got good durability and a good pellet form. Just quickly, this was a fairly old field study, but here, after the birds were started, they moved in this trial under 3 treatments. The first treatment only fed pelleted feed. The second treatment, a 50-50 blend. Quite a significant difference and a linear response in terms of our body weight gain all the way through, grew the best, and gained the most weight. Got the best FCR. Birds are getting the best quality feed form is critical. Another point on, it's a small detail. Difference to feed availability and the opportunity to consume feed. Once we've brooded, we then need to make sure we're managing our feeding system to the best of our ability. We need to gradually reduce the volume of feed in the feed pan and at the same time start lifting that feeder. We can see here in this example, yet this feeder pan pellets and we have feed spillage. Doesn't look like a lot, and look at if you have any feed spillage. What are we talking? Let's say we're going to lose 1 point of FCR. It's market age. We're going to feed an additional, or lose an additional 616 kilos of feed. That's equivalent for 1 point. Still sounds like a lot. We wouldn't think that you're losing 600 kilos of feed in a broiler house. Well, if we think about a typical house, controlled environment house, will have 480 pans. And if we divide that 600 kilos by those 480 pans, that's 1.28 kilos of feed per pan. Now, we don't assume that we're going to have any spillage in the first 14 days. Pans are going to be on paper, so that all that feed is going to be consumed. But after the 14 days, between 14 and market age of 37 in this case, that's 23 days of spillage activity. And that equates to just 56 grams of feed per pan, of 56 grams of feed. It's not a lot of feed. In fact, I think I may have brought a prop with me. 50 a day, 1 point of FCR, up in smoke. So paying attention to your feeding system can give you big rewards. Your feed presentation really is important, and it's worth focusing on. From the first pan, your feeder line, right to the end. So there are some methods and approaches that you can adopt to make sure that you're presenting feed in a good form. Feeding systems can tend to break down the feed particles. We end up with fines. There are methods to clean up the pans and provide a better presented feed form. All right, that's enough on feed. I'm fairly limited for time today, so we can't cover into too much detail. We move on. Let's talk about lighting for a little bit. Okay, so for broilers, the response to day length does not matter between the sexes. Male or female, they'll respond the same. And it's quite a misconception, but providing too long a day length can adversely affect your growth rate, your feed intake, mortality, and welfare traits. Here is a field study that was done with a customer in Asia. We can see 500,000 birds more for each set of test. The first set were managed with 24 hours of light, and the second with just 20 hours. So 4-hour dark period at night time. And we can see over this number of broilers a very positive impact in terms of 1% mortality, better, almost 5%. Really can have a positive impact, and the birds need to have a sleep. Putting lights on 23, 24 hours is having a negative impact. So our welfare is optimized between 17 and 20 hours of light, and that light must be uniformly distributed without any shadows in the house. Okay, so if we look at some data on some field studies, this is around 10 years old, but I realize some recent information verifies what we see here. So we can see in terms of day length effect on body weight, there is an optimum peak at 20 hours daylight, 4 hours dark period. Moving to FCR, we see a positive impact at 14 hours day length or 10 hours dark period. And in terms of mortality, there is a sweet spot there at 17 hours of light. Now that dark period should be given in one block at night time. Allow the birds to rest and sleep. Here we can see some pictures with a very nice uniform light distribution. The chicks can see where to find the feed and water. That's perfect in a brooding situation. And we want to avoid this type of situation where we've got variable light and shadows in the house. Okay, moving on to our air quality. We need to focus, it's a big thing in India, heat stress and mitigation of that heat stress. Not only do we have to manage the environment that you have, but we also have the bird growing faster every year. Now, the primary breeder is not going to take the foot off in terms of broiler gain and improvement. Produce more heat, and we have to deal with that. You might not notice a difference 1 year to the next, but I can guarantee if you look at it between a 10-year cycle, there's quite a big difference. So we have to bear in mind the bird is going faster, and we have a challenge, particularly in hot season in India. This chart is looking at here, just to explain, we have a maintenance energy requirement, and here this is moving along an axis of temperature. So over to the left, it's getting colder, over to the right, getting warmer. We can see the impact of energy, maintenance energy requirement as it gets colder. There's a linear relationship. the bird needs more energy. At the same time, the bird is consuming slightly more feed, but not enough to keep up with this energy demand, and we end up with a deficit. Similarly, as the bird starts to get heat stressed, the energy requirement increases as mechanisms within the bird, from panting and so forth, to mitigate that heat stress, that takes energy. At the same time, we can see that the bird's feed intake is going to be affected, and that also creates an energy deficit. So we need to be in this optimal zone here and really paying attention to our birds. Looking out for signs of panting, birds standing with their wings drooped. I'm sure you've seen plenty of that. In an ideal situation, the bird's thermal comfort should be determined by how the bird feels, and our husbandry and stockmanship to look at the birds. Temperature, humidity, airspeed, and also feather cover are all very important aspects of effective temperature, how the bird feels. We can't ask the bird, but we can certainly observe and see what's happening. So paying attention to what the bird is telling us will tell us, are we in this thermal neutral zone, or do we have a problem? And what we should see for a guide, maximum of 5% of the birds should be panting. Okay, in India, we can see many open houses. I've been coming to India for 10 years and working a lot in broiler operations that are successfully farming in open houses. But the future is going to be controlled environment. And we need to move the industry in India this way. And there are a number of reasons why I say this. We know that the structure is expensive. It costs money to build it, to run it, the energy that goes in, the environment that it needs to extract that genetic potential. And there is a return on your investment with this. We can see very good insulation. We can see cool cells with evaporative cooling. We have fans running that are creating an airspeed that we control, hence the term environmental controlled house. We can see here, in this case, 3.4 meters per second, and a lot of thermal insulation. So radiant heat from the sun is going to make an impact, and we really have no control in our ability to manage with the open-sided house. This was our sits with the closed house, and 2% living. When we consider the investment, when we're thinking about ventilation of those controlled environment houses, we need to think more modulation. We need more systems built to give us control. And unfortunately, what I can see projected this Sunday is forecasting 15 degrees C. So nighttime, we're fully feathered. That's very important because a lot of the environmentally controlled houses are installed with just this one system. Air enters the cool cell, it's extracted down the length of the house through the extraction fans. Now that system is only part of a ventilation system for an EC house. We also need to allow for side inlets. They're very critical. And even though in India you don't have a huge demand for minimum ventilation, we need these side inlets for what we call transitional ventilation. And this is what we're talking about, where we're bringing air into the house, not just through the cool pads, but also through our side inlets. And it's just allowing us the ability to modulate and not just bring in a huge volume of super cool air when we have chicks that aren't fully feathered, when we don't need all of that horsepower. Okay, watching your birds is really critical when we're talking ventilation and temperature control. In this case, this was a farm, 1 hour, where the birds, a modern broiler, is given a substandard environment. 1 hour, we're impacting the opportunity for feed intake on these birds. On the same farm, go to the next house, and we can see, in this case, we go to the third house, and I kid you not, everything was perfect. So it was an interesting example for me. 3 houses on a broiler farm, and we have 3 perfect examples of too cold, too hot, and just right. And if we look at this, this is not staged. This is just how we see the birds. There's good feeding activity going on. We're missing out here, and we're missing out here. And the only difference is, same farm, is just the management. So we're in control. When we have birds on our farms, we can decide, do we want the birds eating or not? Really see the difference visually with a thermal imaging. For the birds that were on the recommended temperature profile, 81% crop fill in the cold environment. The birds are very sensitive to achieve the right daily gain if we have a cold. Even here in Hyderabad, at the moment, 20 degrees at night, maybe 15 degrees at night. Brooding chicks in that environment, the birds are going to be huddling and not consuming. As the birds get older, we still need to look at the birds. So observation and reacting to what we have. This is an ideal situation. We can see 1/3 of the birds eating, 1/3 of the birds resting, and 1/3 drinking. That is perfect. I don't see that very often. That's what we're trying to achieve with our birds as they age. If we see this scenario, something is not right. The birds are sitting, something has caused that. We need to investigate and rectify the situation. One example, we could look here, 29 degrees temperature, 82% relative humidity, and 4 meters per second airspeed. It's really good airspeed in this house, plenty of horsepower for cooling. And hopefully that's not too loud for you. What we can see, the birds are sitting. They're flat and they're not moving. We don't have a lot of activity on our feeders. We don't have a lot of activity on our drinker lines. You can see in this example, there's 8 fans running. We turn off half of the fans, and I appreciate in this example maybe too extreme, but we turn half of those fans off. We achieve 2.5 meters per second airspeed, and a few minutes later, this is what we have. Look at all the birds on the drinker lines. There's birds on the feeders. They've woken up. They want to eat. They want to drink, but we just had too much air coming over the birds. And this is that understanding that we have a really big system with a controlled environment house, but we need to fine tune. We need people that are managing those farms to look at the birds and react. Fine tune your ventilation. You see a lot of bell drinkers in open houses in India, and drinker heights, quite a simple thing to get right. Doesn't cost us anything, just paying attention to the equipment, but really important in terms of quality of water and quality of litter. So we want the birds back to be level with the base of the bell drinker, like this. When we get it wrong, these are just examples. We can see not only the quality of the litter, but also the quality of the water that we're providing the birds. We can have pododermatitis start to develop. We start to culture banker heights to tail. As the chicks age, we then want to move to 75. That's going to help achieve and drive a better water intake, and a better water intake leads to better feed intake. Your water needs to be clean and sanitized. I know that we all know this, but there are a few tricks, things to pay attention to. We can use P meter, oxidative reduction potential, which is looking at the difference in current in terms of millivolts. Higher reading, the better. So for free chlorine, we want to see 5 ppm ideally, and 6 to 6.8 of pH. For ORP, anything greater than 650 is perfect, which we have in this example here. Now, a little thing to bear in mind when we're using chlorine in our drinker systems. Chlorine, or free chlorine, is made up of 2 parts. We have hypochlorous acid and also hypochlorite ion. And depending on your pH level that we have here, you will affect the proportion of each of these in balance. Now, what's important is we can see the hypochlorous acid is the only thing that's going to kill the bacteria. If we have too much hypochlorite ion, we are not effectively sanitizing our water, even though we can see a good free chlorine. So, some examples that we can see. If we have a pH here of 6.6, we can see about 88% hypochlorous acid. And as we go down the line, 7.6, we can see about 45%. And finally, with good free chlorine, but an alkaline situation, still a poor ORP. And finally, here we have an acidic situation with good free chlorine and 725 millivolts. So ORP is the way to go. When we're looking at our drinker systems, make sure that they're clean. The drinker on the left, while we see a little bit of material here, it's not the dirtiest drinker I've ever seen. It's quite clean still. But when we test, only 220 ORP. All we do is clean that drinker, clean it, run the house water into the same drinker. Simply cleaning it raised our ORP now to an acceptable level. So regularly cleaning your drinker system is critical. Bell drinkers, this is one of the weaknesses with bell drinkers. Clean them regularly and you'll be surprised in terms of what impact that can have. Regardless of your drinker system, you want to make sure that you have good sanitized water, not only at the start of the drinker system, but also right at the end. And if we see a difference in the numbers, let's say we have a good sanitized result here and a poor result here, that could be telling us we have a problem with biofilm in our lines. And there are steps that we can do to improve that. Something that we don't see a lot of across Asia is management of our water. There's a corridor connecting the houses, and along the side wall here, there is a water line. Maybe that water is too hot. We can see an ambient temperature in here, 40 degrees C. So 40 degrees, 41 degrees on your water temperature, we're going to have an impact on your water. Here, an ideal water temperature is between 18 to 21 degrees. And I know that's going to be hard for you to achieve in India most of the time, but there is a relation, say, but I can't do anything about that. At least they're taking some measures by putting the gunny some thoughts there. Our last stop on our roadmap for flawless broiler performance is our biosecurity. We've already heard a lot about with disease prevention is better. One thing, paramount. And for me, it doesn't matter so much if you're a GP, parent stock, or broiler. It's equally important. And I know it matters, but there are a lot of points that we need to take control of. We should be looking at making sure every input can't underestimate the impact, particularly in a country where you have a challenge with health issues. Make sure that you're doing the best you can with your biosecurity. Okay, time for me just to quickly sum up. Primary breeding companies have literally invested billions of dollars. If we think about the duration of all of the R&D programs, to get to the chicken of today. That investment is still going on. New technology is coming in. There are things that I haven't been able to show here that primary breeding companies slow down in terms of that genetic change. That must come at some point. 7, 10 years, that our genetic rate of change and progress is going to continue. Our management and our environmental inputs have to keep up with that genetic change. So the chicken that you get every year is changing. We need to keep up with our management, your ventilation systems, your nutrition, etc. Those fundamentals that I've just gone through in this short presentation are critical. But what's more critical is you applying those fundamentals extraordinarily well. That is the secret to getting this good success. And I know it's very easy to look at these things and say, oh, it's simple. Yeah, I know that's important. But it's the delivery every day, every hour that's important for these birds. You have to put the work in, and there is no substitute for that. If that work is not going in, we can't expect good results. So my advice to you is to focus on your flaws, limit those stresses that challenge the bird and drive that performance. And really, only after your flaws are flawless, make sure that they are spotless, should you then move to exploring deeper science and other things that may net you a very small gain. Okay, with that, I'd like to thank you for our journey through our improving our genetic potential and for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Greg. That was fairly insightful. Can we all have a huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, now, so I just want to remind you all that I hope you fill your questionnaires and you've filled in your questions in the forms. And all those who are yet to submit their forms, our questionnaire round. I hope you're all with me, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? So can I see, like, can I have you all raise your hands if you're with me, because I'm going to announce something exciting? Yes, everyone out here? Lovely. All right, so I have an exciting news for you all. As you can all see, to your left and right, there are some lovely stacks of gifts over here. So shortly, we'll be rolling out feedback forms to you, and we expect you to fill those up. And in the second half, our volunteers will collect them from you. And 15 lucky winners will win these 15 prizes. So yes, hold your breath and hope that you win. They're amazing and awesome gifts. So I hope you'll all do that. We'll be collecting them in the second half. Meanwhile, whoever is left, I want you all to kindly raise your hands if you haven't submitted your questions yet. All right. So moving on. So we'll be having a dedicated question and answer session as we go along. So for this, please ask for your question cards and submit them again. Now, on to the next speaker for the day. Now, this is a topic that is very relevant to our industry today. The consistent upward trend in price of corn and soybean meal is putting pressures on profitability of poultry farms, indeed. And who better than an experienced economist to suggest on ways to tackle these challenges of increasing input costs? So please welcome a man who wears many hats, economist, senior journalist, and policy commentator, Mr. G. Chandrasekhar. Can we please have Mr. G. Chandrasekhar? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them.
Mr. G. Chandrasekhar. Mr. G. Chandrasekhar is a global agribusiness and commodities market specialist, economist, senior journalist, and policy commentator. He provides policy inputs for the government through his regular newspaper columns, appearances on business television, and personal interaction with policymakers. He speaks regularly in national and international forums on a range of topics including India's macroeconomy, food and nutrition security, trade and investment opportunities, animal agriculture, the role of technology in agriculture, global and Indian commodities market outlook, price risk management, and so on. Mr. Chandrasekhar has held and continues to hold several positions. Currently, he is an economic advisor at the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He was an independent member of the SEBI Commodity Derivatives Advisory Committee. He was also a consultant at United Nations International Trade Center, Geneva. Mr. Chandrasekhar was a member of the Experts Committee on Agribusiness and Rural Management at Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agricultural University. He has always been a visiting faculty in several B schools. He was also a lead trainer and mentor for the SEBI NISM accredited training institutions for commodity derivatives. Mr. Chandrasekhar has been associated with several international institutions, including the World Bank, ICAC, IFPRI, USSEC, GPC, and many more. He is a valued resource person for USDA FAS for over 3 decades. Please welcome Mr. G. Chandrasekhar.
Namaskar, namaste. Good morning. I'm truly honored and humbled with this introduction. I'm beholden to the organizers for this very kind introduction. Thank you very much, and I'm truly delighted to be here. I don't eat the product you produce, but I guess I know something about this industry, and I want to share my thoughts on the future of this industry and some very specific issues relating to price fluctuations of feed material. And therefore, over the next 30, 35, or maybe 40 minutes, I would share my thoughts with you on this subject. All right, so my topic is strategies for assured feed supplies and management of feed price volatility. I'm going to start by talking about the global macroeconomic setting, which is very important. If you permit me, I'll also say some certain things, certain statements in Hindi, because I was told that a significant part of the audience also will be comfortable listening to me in Hindi. But I must assure you, my Hindi will be Bombaya Hindi, so you have to tolerate that. तो पिछले 2 या 3 साल में हमने देखा है दुनिया में we have had tidal waves of problems, of challenges. 2020 और 21 में हमने देखा था पैंडेमिक, कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक का बहुत बढ़िया चैलेंज, जिसका असर हमने देखा था पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री का ऊपर. So this 2020 and 21, the pandemic challenge obviously impacted the poultry industry across the world and certainly the Indian industry. Yet, as speakers mentioned, Indian agriculture in general and certainly the poultry industry in particular was fabulously resilient. Agriculture and allied sector became a beacon of hope for our country. And therefore it has survived, and that shows the resilience of this industry, which is very important. But in 21, second half of 21, because of large-scale vaccination around the world, life started to normalize. And then central bankers and various governments started to give stimulus packages, started to drop interest rates to very low levels, जिसके वजह से दुनिया में liquidity बढ़ गया. Liquidity बढ़ने से prices started to rise because too much money was chasing commodities. Within this, we had El Nino for 2 successive years. We had, I beg your pardon, we had La Nina. We had La Nina for 2 successive years, which impacted soybean crop and corn crop in Southern America, in South America, and Brazil and Argentina. That created very tightness of supplies. So on the one hand, there were supply side problems. On the other hand, we had too much of money. And even as we thought that we are going to get out of all this, इस साल में मार्च महीने से we have the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has again spooked the commodity markets. जिसके वजह से Black Sea region जो है, वहाँ से we get a lot of wheat. That region is a big exporter of wheat, is a big exporter of corn, and so much of wheat and corn are not available for the world market, which has again resulted in a price rise. And therefore, huge amount, high liquidity, weather-related issues, La Nina related issues, and of course the war situation, all this combined to disrupt the global supply chain. And as a result, prices have risen very substantially. And I know for the poultry industry, feed prices are a very critical and very substantial part of the cost of production. And if feed prices start to rise, I think their economics would actually go out of the window. And that's something that's a reality. Therefore, as a part of my presentation, I'll talk about how this industry can manage feed price volatility. There are various strategies. Now, there are some statements which, of course, are very well known. Poultry is a part of the Indian ecosystem, agriculture ecosystem. It's been growing at a certain robust percentage, 6, 7, 8, or 9. In some years, it's even grown at double digit. The entire livestock sector itself has been growing at a CAGR of close to 8% in the last 6 years. And egg output has been growing at about 7.6%. And the industry turnover has been rising. All these statements are well known. Therefore, I'm not going to dwell, but I just wanted to flag this very importantly. Someone mentioned, I think Dr. Basu mentioned about the number of poultry in our country. This is a part of a parliament question answer that I found. It's up 17%. It's been growing, of which commercial is 535 million and backyard poultry is about 317 million. Absolutely rapidly growing sector. And my sense, very strong sense, that I've been talking to industry leaders, कि ये जो poultry sector है, इसका जो growth phase is just starting. पिछले 10 साल में जो भी हुआ, जो भी growth rate है था आपका, इससे ज़्यादा growth rate होगा आगे 10, 12, 15 साल में. That's the kind of potential that this industry has. And in the next 5 years, I'm sure this industry's turnover will be close to 35 billion or even in excess of 35 billion. And khas karke for this country, at this point of time, this sector is so critical because we need to generate jobs. Not enough jobs are being generated. And because this sector is fairly labor intensive, this is a sector which can absorb more jobs, which will obviously accelerate the growth rate of this sector. And particularly from a demand side, आप देखिए हमारा demographics, the age profile of the population, evolving food habits of the population, urban incomes, all this combine to drive demand for this product. And I'm not going to again age. We are actually a country of very young people, and therefore, and because of connectivity, because of the ICT revolution, information and communication technology revolution, there is a lot more now connectivity among people. And a huge, we have a youth which is highly aspirational, and they know what's happening around them and around the world. And therefore, their food habits, their lifestyles are changing rapidly. And one change in food habit is moving towards consumption of poultry products. And therefore, this industry, fortunately, is getting more and more organized, which is a very, very positive sign. Now, I looked at the OECD FAO Agriculture Outlook. It comes out every year. Okay? The last outlook very clearly says, globally, जो भी हो रहा है, वो ज़रूर हमारा देश में होगा. Sorry, which is very clear. और globally क्या हो रहा है, विश्व भर में there is a long-term shift towards poultry as white meat demand continues to strengthen. Red meat से लोग दूर होकर के white meat के ओर आ रहे हैं. This is a global trend. और ये जो trend है हमारा देश में भी दिखाई देगा. Maybe we will feel that with a lag from the Western world. But this is an inevitable transition. People are moving from red meat to white meat, and that is exactly where demand for this product, demand for poultry is going to increase. And particularly, खास करके हमारा भारतवर्ष जैसा देश, which is a middle income country or even a lower middle income country, very clearly lower price means higher demand. We are a price conscious market. We are a price sensitive market. Therefore, lower the price of a food product, higher will be the demand. And then therefore, protein meat, poultry meat is projected to, protein meat consumption is certainly projected to increase. और खास करके हमारा देश में कुपोषण है, right? Malnutrition, undernutrition is such a serious issue. And poultry as a food product is protein rich, and that will play a significant role in addressing our protein needs of this country. And I'll come to that probably a little later. Okay, and again, what OECD FAO report has said, poultry meat consumption has risen virtually in all countries and regions. विश्व भर में बढ़ रहा है poultry meat consumption. And consumers are attracted to poultry due to lower prices, product consistency and adaptability. So these are strengths of the poultry industry, and of course higher protein and lower fat content. So these are major advantages of poultry products. हमारा देश में कई चुनौतियां हैं इस क्षेत्र के लिए, पोल्ट्री सेक्टर के लिए. ये जो क्षेत्र है poultry sector, in my view, has a lot of legacy issues. Okay, although in the last 8, 10, 12 years it has been growing rapidly, it is still facing a number of legacy issues. And कोई भी खिलाड़ी इस सेक्टर में जो है poultry sector में, he will be as good as the legacy permits him, as the ecosystem permits him. And therefore, हमें इस ecosystem में बदलाव लाना है. We need to disrupt this ecosystem. We need to disrupt the status quo. We need to have creative disruption of this ecosystem. And only that creative disruption will allow this sector to grow much faster than the rate at which it has been going. We have, for example, in agriculture in general, in our country, land constraints. We have water shortage. More importantly, we have climate change. We have low crop yields. Then we have policy restrictions and lack of technology infusion. So all these are challenges for Indian agriculture in general. But certainly all these challenges are applicable to Indian poultry sector also. And therefore we need to address, we need to see how best to address these challenges. And these challenges can be addressed. It is possible to address these challenges. For example, land constraints. We are 16 to 17% of the world's population sitting here in India, but we have only 3% of the world's land resources. 17% population, 3% land is a big mismatch. Yet, we have something like 140 million hectares of land for cultivation, and we cultivate in both Kharif and Rabi season. Our land use intensity is 1.3. It can easily go up to 1.6 or 1.7. When you increase your land use intensity, you can actually produce more. We need to be looking at that. Our agriculture policies, agriculture ministry must particularly look at how best to increase our land use intensity. And when we raise our land use intensity, there'll be more demand for seeds, fertilizers, agrochemicals, for water, and agriculture credit. Therefore, we need to bring all that together and address that issue. Same with water shortage. climate change is again a big problem. As a tropical country, we are highly susceptible to the adverse consequences of global warming and climate change. And therefore, we need to research how best to prevent this industry from getting affected by the adverse effects of global warming and climate change. Take wheat, for example. Indian wheat is at the limit of heat tolerance. Any increase in mean temperature in growing regions in the month of Jan and Feb will actually reduce yields. And we saw in just a few months ago how in the month of March, heat wave actually resulted in a sharp decline, a 10% decline in wheat production. Same with corn. Indian maize is at the limit of heat tolerance. Therefore, we need to research, spend money on researching wheat and maize seeds which are drought tolerant, which are heat tolerant. I don't know whether we are spending enough research dollars on these areas, but this is extremely important. And the crop yields are low, which is where technology should come in. There are also policy restrictions, etc. Okay, I think I'll go. Now, feed market stakeholders also face a number of challenges. One for them is the uncertainty of raw material availability or feed availability. And second is the affordability. Prices have been fluctuating, and in the last 2 years, prices have been going northwards. तो फीड का भाव पिछले 2 साल में बढ़ते जा रहा है, उससे कोई राहत मिलने का उम्मीद भी नहीं है. And therefore we need to look at how best to reduce the volatility in feed prices and ensure better availability, better affordability, and easier access for the feed sector stakeholders. So obviously, as we all know, the feed prices impact the cost of production, because on the total cost of production of poultry products, feed prices are substantially high. और एक चुनौती है demand fluctuation. Demand keep fluctuating क्योंकि हमारा market है, हमारा देश है, हमारे उपभोक्ता है, they are highly price conscious. If prices go up, there'll be a drop in demand. There are other seasonal factors, like certain months of the year, people don't eat meat, etc. All that is known. But the sensitivity to prices, the price consciousness of consumers is something we need to take on board. And then ask yourself a question: do we have the right policy environment for a rapid growth of this sector? How best to leverage the potential of this sector to create more jobs, create better products, reduce the cost of production, and increase the top line and bottom line of this industry, which can contribute to the GDP of this country. I think we need to take a holistic approach, an ecosystem approach for this sector to come up with a long-term policy. I will share some of those points a little later. Most important, I want to mention that एक सबसे बड़ा चुनौती इस सेक्टर को आने वाला है आगे जाकर के, in my view, is plant protein. My own analysis, I'm not giving you the numbers now, but my own analysis shows that animal protein is more expensive, substantially more expensive than plant protein. And world over, particularly in developed economies, plant protein is becoming more and more popular. Huge research dollars are being spent, and a lot of demand is generated for plant protein. As I said, people are moving away from red meat or meat in general, and therefore plant protein becomes extremely important. That trend in the Western world will sooner or later, and in my view sooner, come to India, because I know a lot of people in the protein industry are working on plant-based protein production, and that can actually challenge the dominance of poultry protein in our country. Therefore, it's extremely important for the poultry industry. आपको सोचना पड़ेगा how best how best to reduce the cost of production. And when you say how best to reduce the cost of production, iska matlab hai how best to get feed at lower prices or more affordable prices. We'll come to that. Okay, all right. Therefore, I would think, given the fact that this poultry industry is growing, it's generating jobs, it is generating incomes, it's contributing to the economic activities of this country, its share in GDP is rising, and it must rise even faster. I would think the poultry industry definitely deserves support. And therefore, this industry, the poultry sector, the entire ecosystem, I would argue that needs a stable, predictable, long-term policy for sustained and sustainable growth. Mr. Basu talked about sustainability. And therefore, when we talk of sustainable growth, there are so many different dimensions to sustainable growth. We need to have sustained growth, but we also cannot compromise on sustainability of growth. Therefore, we must have both sustained and sustainable growth. And therefore, I would argue that this industry, this sector deserves protection from undue price volatility as far as feed is concerned. And therefore, this is important because the industry certainly helps to advance India's nutrition security. There is pervasive undernutrition, pervasive malnutrition, a serious protein deficiency across India. And this is an industry which is trying to meet that shortage of protein. It is an industry which delivers nutrition to people. And therefore, from a nutrition perspective, this is an industry that certainly deserves support. And the country, as we all know, certainly faces serious nutrition challenge. Look at our status, look at our rank in the Global Hunger Index. Look at our rank in the Human Development Index. I think these numbers are not flattering at all. These numbers are really worrying all of us. And therefore, this industry, because it contributes to the nutrition security of India, certainly deserves a lot more support than it does currently. Okay. Now, yes, I think I've talked about it. Pervasive undernutrition. We have said all this. Our rank, yes, I think it's not. It's pathetic. Let me put it very bluntly. So, poultry is quite protein rich, and in my view, it's a myth to say that Indians are vegetarians. In my view, up to 70% of India's population can and will consume meat. Because it was not available, because it was not affordable until about, say, 10 or 15 years ago, people were forced to remain vegetarian. But lifestyles are changing. The younger generation is open to consuming meat. And therefore, 70% of this population is actually your captive consumers. But the costs of, and all commodity markets about, for example, soybean or about corn, which are critical feed material, they need to have a lot more commercial intelligence about the global market dynamics, about the domestic market dynamics. What are the factors that drive this market? And what is going to be the outlook for the market, say, in the coming 1, 2, 3 months. And they will be then able to manage their price risk far better. They'll be able to manage their inventory better. They'll be able to manage their production better. They'll be able to manage their cash flow better. And therefore, it is extremely important for the industry to set up a commercial intelligence and research desk. And I'm willing to actually teach and train individuals or institutions or companies how to track global market dynamics. That's the job I do all the time. But I give price outlook and I give market outlook. I'm willing to help this industry. Okay. Then I think I'm probably coming towards the last. जानते हो आपको 2030 में कहाँ रहना है? Do you want to meet those goals?
And we'll upload on the website of the Poultry India Knowledge Day. So last question to you, Chandrasekhar sir. What is your view on the role of poultry sector in achieving United Nations Sustainable Development Goals
Absolutely. This is a great question. I've studied several industries and several commodities and crops and their contribution to advancing SDGs of the United Nations. And my own exercise suggests that the poultry industry in India, on current reckoning, is in a position to contribute to advancing as many as 9 or 10 of the 17 goals of the SDG of the United Nations. And therefore, this is a big strength of the poultry industry. And you need to actually lobby the government. You need to educate policymakers about how this industry is able to advance up to 10 goals out of the 17 goals of the SDGs, and then tell the policymakers that because you are contributing to advancing SDGs, that you need to be treated a lot more preferentially than you are being treated at the moment. I think you should make that as a bargaining chip, in my view. And there are ways of doing that. Maybe we can engage offline and I'll share my thoughts with you.
So thank you so much for asking your questions. So I pass it on back to you. Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for presenting your questions. And I would like to thank our speakers as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have time for these many questions today. Moving on, I would like to invite EAC member Mr. KG Anand and Mr. Anil Dhumal to kindly felicitate our speakers. Mr. Ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder once again that your feedback forms must be rolled out to you. So I hope you fill those up, and we'll have our volunteers collect them from you. And we can't wait to announce the 15 lucky winners who are going to win these amazing prizes that we have over here. All right, now, we'll now be taking a 60-minute break for lunch, everyone. So we have a lot of interesting talks, question and answers, and panel discussions waiting ahead on the other side of lunch. So see you all in 60 minutes, and I hope to see you all very soon. Enjoy your lunch. Catch you all in 60 minutes. Thank you.
Bhotla also gained an in-depth understanding of the financial.
Yeah, I think thank you for that introduction, and I would thank the organizing committee, particularly Vijay and Hariji, for providing this opportunity. I think the overall brief that was given to me before on this topic of digital technologies for marketing of chicken and eggs was to actually give you insights or provide insights to the audience on what is the emerging digital landscape, the digital architecture in India, and how the poultry industry could leverage the emerging digital technologies. I think that is the overall context. So going forward, what I've done in this presentation is I've put it into two parts. The first part of it gives you a view in terms of how the overall digital architecture or digital infrastructure and the digital pace at which India is moving. And the second part of it is how the industry is actually embracing these digital tools or digital technologies as some of the examples in different aspects of marketing. And going forward, this is how the current digital wave, when you look at the whole overall digital ecosystem, out of the 139 crore population, the penetration of internet is around 62 crores. That is around 45% is the penetration of internet users in the country. When you divide this into the urban and the rural, the penetration in the urban would be around 65% and the rural would be around 35%. So I think that is the penetration of internet data usage in the country, right? As we look at the future, the overall population, when you look at growth of population from 139 to 144 crores, the total user base, which actually will use internet, is going to be 65%, right? And the smart users also will be around 65%. So that is the pace at which both the internet penetration and also the smartphone usage is going to do. So that's going to be a big disruption that's going to happen in the way consumers shop, right? When you look at the online D2C kind of a platform, it would be around 30 crore users, which is around 20% by 2025, right? So that is the way digital wave is moving in India, and it's going to disrupt most of the, not only in the food and ag space, but it will be disrupting the way business models and operating models that the companies have to look at serving those customers, right? Can you go to the next one? The second two big factors which are actually basically moving towards adoption of internet and online shopping are the two things. One, the data, which is actually lower by 3 to 4% compared to US. And the expectation is the 7 rupees per GB of data is going to come down further. One is basically the increasing income, the smartphone penetration, the low data rates, and the high network coverage are the levers which will actually help, which will facilitate faster adoption and ride on the digital wave, right? The monthly spend, the second lever, because of the COVID onset, in the last 2 years, the amount of time consumers have spent on a digital platform is twice as much as they would have spent on TV, right? So that means that is where these two are the key factors which will actually give a disruption in the whole way consumers are going to shop. So this is the overall D2C next 4 years, right? And a lot of D2C players who would have imagined. So I think most of us know the in fashion. So there would be unicorns in the making in each of these segments, and which will come in this space as well. Right? We will see that increase in speed of growth, the rate up and mobile adaptability, the microfinance and the UPI revolution that is happening, the online B2B marketplaces that are evolving, the digital marketing and the adoption of digital is happening. Digital commerce, this is a B2C digital commerce. This is basically direct to consumer, logistics and warehousing, the increasing disposable income in consumers, and the innovation and the live commerce are expected to touch increasing consumer awareness are likely to support the growth of the segment of B2C digital commerce. Right? So there are also more than 50 digital commerce players operating in the meat and the egg value chain. Right? What are the imperatives for the poultry industry? So that is the background of how the digital wave is going to change the way India is going to operate in the e-commerce space. So what are the imperatives for the poultry industry? Just to give a background, I think most of the speakers in the earlier sessions have spoken about the robustness of how we produce, how we are competitive in terms of the production situation. Coming to the consumption side of it, we see not only the proportion of population consuming chicken and eggs is increasing, but the frequency at which they are using is also increasing, right? The proportion of people consuming eggs daily and weekly is increasing at 1.6 to 4 and 4.1% respectively. And the proportion of people consuming meat on a weekly, on a daily basis. Again, it's actually moved to 84x per capita in 2022. And again, this is a wave that we're going to drive, and digital will have a significant influence on how consumers start buying on the platforms. Right? Coming to, so with that background in terms of how the consumption rates are increasing, the way consumers are perceiving, this is basically on looking at basically moving, so past it was more loose eggs, broken eggs, buy from shops, right? Only hen, old eggs. So there was no classification or differentiation in the way the eggs were perceived or a chicken was perceived, right? Now I think there is, in the last 3-4 years, the differentiation is coming in terms of better packaging, chemical-free situations, then online delivery platforms, right? Best before date mentioned on the product that we are using, and also the customer experience. They want a new customer experience that is coming in, right? So there is lot of change that the way consumers are looking at, which again will drive digital e-commerce, digital both B2B and B2C, which will change the way consumers are consumers will perceive buying this product, right? When I saw the previous presentations, again, chicken is always a lower high protein, or the protein situation is there. We look at the lowest cost, cheap cost, but there would be the 30 crore consumers in that particular e-commerce trade, which always look at innovation, look at differentiation, and look at age of 35. So that is a population which is going to try for new innovations. Yeah. So these are the when you look at the whole landscape in terms of how the overall digital ecosystem or digital communications have happened, the key factors that are happening is on the health awareness. Health awareness has become one of the key triggers, because the product is more of a commodity as was perceived. I think health awareness has been used as one of the tools in terms of communication and promotion, or creating a differentiation in the marketplace. Second is on the product variety. There are a lot of variants that are coming in terms of understanding the consumer markets or the segments, and giving whatever product segmentation the consumers require. So that product market segmentation is clearly getting articulated as we go forward. And online will actually make the pace more faster. Yeah. Phygital model, while we talk about digital as a major disruption, in any of the food and agri situations, we believe that phygital will continue to be a differentiator. It is not only the digital ecosystem that you need to have, it will be a combination of physical and digital coming together to make a clear differentiator. And that is where I think, whether it's an online play or a digital player moving into a physical model, or a physical player moving into a digital model, I think that combination of both digital and physical will be the way forward, tending towards understanding the quality of the product, the health consciousness which is coming in. So we will see a lot of traceability as a strategy in terms of marketing communications over the digital platforms. Celebrity endorsements and loyalty programs, again, it will be a combination of both digital marketing and also using meme marketing, which will be used for celebrity announcements, and also loyalty programs as platforms will be how do you attract consumers, how do you engage customers, how do you retain them, and how do you service them. So I think that is the journey that will happen when you move into a combination of physical and digital. Right. So this is just to summarize in terms of what is the journey which was there from customer standpoint previously, and what is the new age customer journey. We have 4 steps: awareness, interest, desire, and action, which was a traditional journey. But when you look at the modern journey of customers buying or looking at buying poultry and eggs, I think we have awareness as one of the key levers, but the second one is more search and research. Because of the digital platforms which are coming in, the search and research before they take a decision on what to buy, how to buy, when to buy, the consumer is more aware of what he's purchasing. So creating a communication which is more specific, more target-oriented, and then defining what positioning you want to do. The volumes will come, but the conversion cost of a customer will be high. Right? And lastly, the most important part is the engagement, because the customer is continuously innovating. The journey of how consumers, aspirational consumers were looking at, is actually changing in this pattern. Right? So there are a lot of digital tools which could be used change. The customer segments change. So hyper-local marketing will become critical using digital and physical. Social media campaigns, looking at those micro markets, creating those micro market strategies and communicating with all physical platforms, and creating can use as digital tools for creating awareness. The second, in terms of search and research, targeting campaigns, the AI and ML looking at targeting use of AI, ML technologies to actually look at target segments, target consumers, using big data platforms, again will be a critical parameter to look at how do you search, how do you create. These are all big data tools that one could use and create customized offerings and blockchain-enabled traceability. As we speak, most of the MNCs like Nestle or Walmart and assurance on the quality that they're giving, right? And loyalty programs, feedback systems, referral programs. I think the overall approach should be to look at an integrated play and the conversion can happen and the engagement can happen, right? Lastly, I think most of the new age guys, traditional players combined with digital, which will lead to the success of the story that India is riding on. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah.
Rahul Sharma. Rahul Sharma is a prominent media, policy, corporate communications and public affairs expert, degree in political science, diploma in journalism from the Indian Institute of Mass Communication in minutes, including the Economic Times, Thomson Reuters, Federation of Indian Chamber and Mass Tellers Public Affairs Practice in India and South Asia. Mr. Rahul Sharma has over 3 decades of experience in multiple sectors.
I'm presentation kind of set the whole tone on the digital side of business. But what we're going to talk about a bit is, industry sector like yours. Interesting strategy that just shows the importance of this sector. And we believe that a lot needs to be done to ensure that you get the kind of prominence that you require as an industry, but there are, of course, things to be done. I just wanted to do a kind of a quick check from a communications point of view when we are talking about the move to the digital world and social media, which basically from where we derive a lot of our information and also get influenced. I just wanted, can you have a show of hands of the people who actually use Facebook? All right. WhatsApp? Okay, that's nice. How many of you are on Twitter? And how many of you actually go on Instagram and watch some funky reels morning to evening and just before you go to bed? Right. So the interesting part of this conversation is, where are you getting your information from? Who is it that is influencing you? Who is it out there talking about your industry and the pain points of your sector and the influencers who could make a difference from an advantage point of view for your sector? We are all consuming, okay, just one more question. How many of you read newspapers? Oh, there's a substantial number which still do, which is nice. Have you realized that newspapers have shrunk? सब पतले हो गए हैं, हाँ? जो 36 पेज का अखबार था वो 14 पेज का हो गया है. In a newspaper, a typical ratio between advertisement and news is 70-30. So 70% is news and 30% is, 70% is advertising and 30% is news. Which means अगर 14 पेज का अखबार है, तो 30% is news, 70% is advertising. Which means what you're getting to read is a very small percentage of the news you got in the newspaper earlier. This is where the digital world has taken over completely. All of you are consuming news on your phones through the various apps. All of you are consuming information and content from social media handles that you have. And that makes it very critical to understand, just taking over from what Srinivas was talking about. He focused mostly on the marketing side, the product side, and the sales side. But from a reputation point of view, from an influencer point of view, from a content point of view, that is where the brand and reputation bit comes up. So this is a very interesting thing that we talk in our business. And when I made the transition from being a newspaper editor to communications, the one thing I realized, interestingly, was that journalists are mostly the last one to know what's happening in the world. Do they claim, despite the fact that they claim that they are the first, right? Nothing against them. I was one for 27 years. I lived across countries, worked on some of the biggest stories in the world. Wrote edits. As editor of Hindustan Times and editor of Khalij Times in Dubai, I actually led the news operations, 400 journalists, etc. But once I moved across, I realized journalists don't know. Journalists get to know only what is told to them. And this is where the whole influencer part comes into play. So let me just read this out as you read it along with me. An industry's reputation is an intangible asset that can have profound implication on the success of the business of the industry. No other intangible asset is at a greater risk than reputation. We don't realize. Most of us are very busy working our businesses. We are looking at our sales numbers, we are looking at ROIs, we are looking at profitability, we are looking at raw material cost, we are looking at logistics. We are unaware of the fact that there is an environment outside which looks at your business in a certain way. You have no idea what's happening. And that's why I think a lot of you were surprised when during COVID suddenly this whole stream started that COVID is being spread by eggs. But by the time you woke up and you realized what was happening, the damage had been done. All of you must have suffered losses because of that one particular bit of news until probably the government came in and set things right and said, that's not the case. But that gap in between the time where this information went out and started impacting your business to the point where action was taken to ensure that things got back to normal, but over a period of time, not immediately, it meant a financial loss for you. And reputation is something, and any impact on reputation can lead to grave losses, grave financial losses. And how do you manage that? For that you have to understand that, which is I'm going to read the last sentence, it therefore requires fortification with every single thought, action and deed. You have to be aware all the time in today's world. When we live in this world of social media and digital, nothing gets erased. Everything stays there. What you say, what you do, sometimes what you think because you express yourself, right? It's very easy to go out and tweet and walk away. But that can damage your business, right? Just think of what happened to Maggie, happened some years ago. Media. Today, a reputation is even more important because of the state of the media, what I was talking about you earlier. And especially post-COVID, the media industry in terms of resourcing has shrunk. Newsrooms have shrunk. There are far fewer journalists working in a television newsroom or a newspaper newsroom than before. Which means everybody is under pressure. Which also means most of them are not going out of their office, or very few are. Which means that they are getting the information from either, in case of television, competing channels, or they're getting information from the social media handles of various people and then turning them into news and discussions and then go boom, 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 right? Before you realize you're sitting in the 9 o'clock mainline news with probably 15 people hanging out of little windows on the screen, shouting at each other. Nobody understands what they're doing or what they're saying. They're screaming and shouting, but at the end of the day, there is something that's scrolling down below, and people are digesting that. And what that is scrolling below is something, if you don't focus on, you lose touch with reality. And that is why it is important to fortify yourself. We have talked about this. But how much this industry matters? It provides jobs. It impacts the economy positively. It is something that makes us self-sufficient. In the whole scheme of things, how we as a country are looking at making ourselves self-sufficient, it is something that creates economic positivity. As an industry, are you saying it? Is the question. Maybe in your individual capacities you are, but I think in the overall scheme of things, there has to be a much larger, narrative out there which resonates not only with the consumers, but also with Mr. Basu. Right? He also needs to understand the ills of the industry. He also needs to understand from a government point of view where help can be provided, because it is not in the government's interest, probably, to the economy. And you're not talking about the story, positioning and reputation. Because these are three key things you have around yourself. If you sit quietly and you say, okay, I'm doing well, this is how I am, I'm growing at 12%, I'm making my money, nobody knows you. Nobody knows you. You are just probably an egg vendor or a poultry supplier in the neighborhood. Are you an industry? Are you something which is bigger than what it seems to people? And here India's growth story becomes paramount. And we have been hearing this, the way we look at business, the way we do business, the way we consume in the last 1 month. How many of you have actually gone to a bank in the last one? Not interested in you, he's interested in the video that he's watching. Right? Your driver who carries you from one point to the other and waits for you to finish your dinner and come out, वो गाड़ी में ऐसे करके सो नहीं रहा है, वो अपने phone पे video देख रहा है. And going back to the point what Srinivasan said, the cost of data is so cheap that it doesn't really matter. And it's only going to get cheaper. 5G is going to make it faster, which means if there is anything against you, it will travel all that much more faster and that much more wider before you can control it. So these were some of the headlines that we found, which doesn't make you, all of you, look very good, right? 7 reasons to quick eggs right now. चल गया. फोटो लगा दी किसी ने, 4 पॉइंटर बनाए, दौड़ गया. व्हाट्सएप पे दौड़ा, मैसेंजर पे दौड़ा, फेसबुक पे दौड़ा. You can't control it. Nobody is listening, right? Industry, you have taken some steps, you have identified risk areas, you have set up groups and committees to discuss it, find ways to deal with it, create your narratives, put the messages into right place, identified who the narratives have to be taken to, the messages have to be sent to. Maybe you've done that, I don't know. But the point is, if you have not, then it's time to do it. It's time to do it in a hurry. Globally, if you see the campaigns, some of the very interesting campaigns that have run, positive. And when you talk about setting narratives of your business and industry, it has to be positive, right? I don't know how many of you followed the 1989 elections. One of the reasons, I mean, apart from Bofors and VP Singh and all that stuff, one of the reasons Rajiv Gandhi's Congress lost, because the election campaign was negative. It was so negative that people said, "Ye kya hai?" Negativity never works. Positivity, continued positivity, hammering of positivity will always help. People get very scared of things that appear on Twitter. अब तो पता नहीं Twitter कितने दिन रहेगा, Elon Musk ले जाएगा कहीं उसको, but Twitter पे आ गया, ठीक है. कितने दिन रहता है, कहाँ चल रहा है, कितनी देर चलेगा, all that has to be noted. So you need mechanisms to create those positive stories. You need mechanisms to monitor कहाँ क्या आ रहा है, कौन छप रहा है, कौन क्या कह रहा है. This is a whole big exercise. It's not something that, there are large companies that have social media monitoring teams. 20-20, 25-25 लोग बैठे होते हैं. Ministries में भी बैठते हैं, right? कि कहीं गलत कुछ नहीं छप जाए. How do you ensure that nothing goes wrong? And for that you need to keep monitoring. And monitoring takes time. It needs effort. It needs resources, needs money. But what it does is, in the long run, it ensures that you are safe. And if anything is going wrong, gets caught. So you need one strong industry position. The positioning is very important. What is the industry about? What it does? What does it stand for? What does it signify? What is its contribution? What it will be contributing? Now, Chandra made a very interesting, I don't know, one of the people who preceded me made a very interesting point that do we know as an industry where do we want to be in 2025? Or where do we want to be in 2030? We are part of a national economic story where the Prime Minister says we are going to be we are aiming to be a developed world by 2047. 25 साल में हम developed economy हो जाएंगे. And the government is taking care of putting policies into place which will make that journey possible. 47 बहुत दूर है, हम में से कितने जिंदा रहेंगे पता नहीं. But the reality is that there is a direction that has been set and there is an understanding of the destination where we want to go. Do we have a destination for the industry by 2030? Do we want to be a $100 billion industry? And if we want to be, what is it that we want to do? Or what is it that we can do? Or what is it that we should be doing? All those questions become part of your... So, the idea is to understand where we stand. And once we know where we stand, then it becomes easier to chart that journey. If we are standing here, that's where we need to go. What is it we need to do? So, necessary to think a 360-degree kind of take a 360-degree kind of a view and say, okay. In one of my previous roles, I was managing the interests. In my role, every morning, I had a green or a yellow flag, depending on which company was facing a crisis. So it's all communications and policy-related stuff. Which company needed help, which company was going to get into a crisis. Even the top management of that conglomerate did not have that full view. But I had to do that exercise every morning, see कहाँ आग लगी है, कहाँ लगने वाली है, कहाँ बुझानी है, कहाँ बुझ गई है, and take it to the board and tell them this is what it is. As individual businesses, as an industry, whether at a regional level or at a national level, you need to have that view. Because if you don't have that view, then you will always be surprised. And one of the most critical thing in business, and you all know it, is uncertainty. No business anywhere in the world wants any kind of uncertainty. Never. Because everybody is working to a plan. And if anything happens, like this Ukraine war happened, right? We might be in a recession. Have we as an industry thought whether we can benefit from that? Or we are going to be actually badly impacted? What is going to hit us? Right? Anticipate the future is what I'm talking about. We sit down and map scenarios for our clients. And we tell them, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. If this happens, this is what you got to do. If this happens, this is what you got to do. If this happens, you got to do nothing. It's also important to understand sometimes you don't need to do anything. But this is all part of the bigger plan that needs to come into play. Engaging with stakeholders. Who are your key stakeholders? Consumers, government, whoever there are. Your vendors, your suppliers, people who take your products out into the market, logistics. Everybody needs to know what's happening in the business, because if you are surprised, they are surprised too. So this is the kind of conversations that one needs to have to make sure that you are prepared. So build a campaign. Build a campaign. Jointly. Together. For mutual benefit. For the benefit of this country. For the benefit of people you employ. For the benefit of your business. So that it grows. And for that, there are several ways of doing it. I've been sitting here since morning. I'll be honest, this is the first time I'm actually dealing so deeply with the poultry industry, right? I eat eggs, I enjoy chicken, you know, I do all that. But to understand what the issues are, when I was preparing for this talk, we did some research, you know, my colleague Anusha who's with me, she did some research and we understood some of it. But in the first half of today, what I have seen, understood, absorbed, makes me very confident that you have extremely positive story to tell. Extremely positive story to tell. And that story needs to be told. Right? There are different ways. But the point is that there is enough information, enough knowledge between all of you to put together the right talking points and take those things out. Impact stories. I don't think people who matter beyond your industry know that 1/3 of the eggs in this country come from one state. It was a surprise to me. I thought eggs were everywhere, right? Every village has eggs, every city has eggs. But to understand that 1/3 of the total production of 122 billion eggs that we have in this country every year, 30% of that come from Tamil Nadu. What's the story there? That must be a good, strong story. What it does to the local economy, what it does to people, what it does to businesses, and eventually what is it doing to the country, right? There are lots of interesting stories. The one very important thing to understand is that we as individuals, as human beings, love to talk about individuals and human beings. We all love to gossip. A good gossip is always great, right? We want to know, padोसी क्या कर रहा है? You know, we want to know, ससुर जी क्या कर रहे हैं? चाचा क्या कर रहा है? We want to know what are people like us doing. And if there are good stories to tell about people like us, we can identify with those stories. And that is the most important part. So tell your story, you know. Let's get, for example, let's get National Geographic to do a nice little documentary on India's egg industry. Take it global. Show it around. Let people see. You know, you go to a local TV channel and say, अंडे पे story कर दो, वो जब ही करेगा जब अंडे नहीं मिल रहे होंगे. या अंडों से COVID हो जाएगा. You know, because they have to fight for their eyeballs, unfortunately, which is perfectly fine. So, you know, make it part of the India success story. Tell people what poultry industry is all about. कितनों को मालूम है? कितनों को मालूम है? Who knows how many different kinds of chicken there are? My father was in the government and he was posted in Andaman Islands in 1950s. There was nothing there. There were lots of tribes and few people from the mainland who had been sent there to settle the place. My father was with the industries department. And he tells me the stories कि सब कुछ अंडे पे चलता था. I said, how does that work? He says, oh, we had some chicken and it was all barter. So people would get fish, people would get coconut, people would get bananas, and we will give them eggs. Right? Now, that's a story that dates back 60 years, probably. Since then, the poultry industry in this country has made a huge journey. Who knows about it? All of you know about it because you are the poultry industry. Outside of this hall, if you go and ask somebody, do you know your egg comes from Tamil Nadu? He will give you this vacant, vague look and say, "Ye kya hai? Ye kya bol raha hai?" मेरा अंडा तो बेगम पेट से आया था, right? Without realizing कि वहाँ probably Tamil Nadu से पहुँचा है. So storytelling becomes important. Listen to people, what they are saying, what they are thinking. That's part of your first step that you will do. Build on that. Measure how well the expectations can be met. Put that data together and form the strategy. Once you know what you have to manage, you know how to manage it. That's important. Thank you. I hope it's been helpful. Open to questions as we go forward. Thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for those thoughts, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please
so I will
hear
sit
it
with
for
that
him?
then.
Please put your hands together for him, everyone.
Wait, take it off.
All right. So we will now be having our
it's okay.
first question and answer for the day. And may I now request Mr. Srinivas Kuchibotla and Mr. Sharma on stage for this question and answer. This question and answer round will be moderated by Mr. Harish Garware and Dr. Vijay Makhija. So while our speakers settle down, I request you all to please hand over your filled out question cards to our volunteers along with the feedback forms that you've filled up. And we would like to make it a little quick. So you can hand over your questions to our volunteers. And you can quickly raise your hand so our volunteers can come to you and collect the question cards. So this question and answer round will be moderated by Mr. Harish Garware and Dr. Vijay Makhija.
Thank you. So we start with first question to Srinivas. Am I audible clearly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, question is around the rise of digital commerce during the COVID period. Is it sustainable? Your thoughts, please.
So I think there is a trajectory when you look at 2020 to 2021. There has been a trajectory which was there. I think with now, I think the stabilization has happened, and the pace at which it will go further will actually be much faster than what we have seen in COVID. So I think it is sustainable, and I think we will see more digital e-commerce coming in as we speak.
Okay, so Rahul, questions to you. You mentioned about the misinformation or incorrect information in your presentation. So this question is around that topic. Can you shed some more light on what are the regulations available in the country for addressal of the misleading or inaccurate information around certain subject leading to negative perceptions? So maybe you can talk about your experiences around such stories. Yeah.
So 3 weeks ago, I suddenly got a call from a friend in Australia who I had not spoken to in the last probably we had spoken before COVID. We had not spoken after that. And he said, "You need money." I said, "No, I don't need money. Why?" He said, "I just got a message from you on Instagram saying that you're in need of money and can you send me some money?" So I said, "What is happening?" So what had happened was somebody had created a fake account on Instagram which looked just like mine and had sent out connection requests to all the people that I had on my Instagram, and whoever connected with whoever this person was, he sent out messages saying, "I'm in need of money." Well, thanks to whoever this person is, I got to speak to many of the friends I had not spoken for a long time. Because they all started calling up and saying, "Do you need money? Are you okay?" And I said, "Good to hear your voice. I'm perfectly fine." Now, what would I do to get rid of that fake account? Who can I go to? It is basically misinformation in many ways. It's a different kind of misinformation, but it is misinformation. So where do I go? What do I do? Unfortunately, there aren't any fixed regulations. There are, advertising bodies and TV, newspaper and television associations, which go for self-regulation, which means you can go to them and ask them, but there's no specific government body I can go and report the matter to. So what did I do? And what we would do usually if we find any kind of misinformation is actually connect with that social media handle. So I sent a message to Instagram saying that, a fake account has been created, this needs to be taken out, and I told everybody else who was being connected over that fake account to report that account, and finally that fake account got taken off 3 days later. But unfortunately, there are no regulations. It's mostly about trust, and it's mostly about all these media companies hearing you and taking steps to make sure that any bit of misinformation that appears about you is taken down. But it's a process. It's not easy. It's difficult, and that makes our lives very difficult, all of us, because if tomorrow we find something that is not correct, we have to sort of make a very proactive effort to get it taken off the social media handles.
Thank you, Rahul. So Srinivas, this question related to your study done by the team about the e-commerce business in poultry specifically. So what percentage of digital commerce is to the total trade of the poultry products? So your insights and what is the outlook you are foreseeing?
So overall, I think, as I said, right, the D2C business is approximately to the extent of $200 billion overall D2C e-commerce. When you look at the poultry segment, it would be 2 to 3%, which is very, very small right now. But the pace at which we would see this happening in poultry along with other D2C platforms would be to the tune of 20-25% compared to what poultry industry is moving at around 12 to 14%. I think we'll see the pace at which the digital commerce in the poultry and eggs will happen will be to the tune of 20-25%.
Maybe Harish, you would like to take some questions from your end. Harish?
Yeah. There is one interesting question. And he wants to know that, yes, we are farmers. And you must be aware that how the business right now is going on, that they are selling it to the traders and then it goes, the trader sells again to another retailer, or, that is how the link is. And this is our 90% of the business or 95% of the business. And how the digital part of marketing for me, like a farmer or a trader, can come in. I want to do something, but how to do it? That is what his question is.
So, Harishji, I think there is a lot of disruption happening from the food service. Today, I think the larger portion of it is more integration, where large companies operate with the farmers, give inputs, and then they buy back the bird that was reared, right? I think when you look at the overall food service ecosystem that is emerging, they want players like a small farmers who they want to look at traceability systems. They want the entire data transparency which is there from the farm, the inputs that they're using. Today, the data traceability with an organized player is limited to a B2B situation, and it is exposed to a trader. And post the trader, when they sell to any butcher or anyone who is operating it for the processing, the traceability is lost. So food service chains today might not have traceability from the farm to the consumer. Such farmers who are very proactive or progressive in their thinking in terms of putting the entire data architecture, data systems, or capturing the data that they are actually using at the farm level. I think a lot of food service chains or the emerging digital commerce players might want to go and look at integration backward and looking at traceability systems. That will actually create a lot of differentiation for them on the front end. Yeah.
Okay, meanwhile, Harish reads. So just now we got a question from Mr. Khan, with the Executive Secretary of Karnataka Poultry Breeder Association. So Rahul, this is for you. How to combat the negative social media posts against poultry sector? So this question to you. Maybe you already elaborated, but specific.
So, you see, the point I was making earlier in the presentation was, you got to keep knocking your positive story out, and keep knocking it so hard and so well and so often that the negative part gets drowned. Other than that, the reality is that you cannot stop. I mean, today, all of us are journalists, right? All of us have a camera. There used to be a camera company called Kodak, which lost out. In 2008, the world's biggest camera company was not anybody who made cameras. It was a company called Nokia that made phones. And today, everybody has a phone, and everybody has the phone, and everybody has a camera. You can make videos, you can take photographs, you can write what you want to, you can get away. When Osama bin Laden died, when he was killed, that news did not break on television. That news broke on Twitter. So the point is that all of us are journalists, and therefore all of us feel entitled enough to share our point of view and let the world know what we think. Whether it is from, buying a new dress, or, buying new shoes, or eating in a certain place, or going for a wedding, or, taking pictures of an accident site, or saying anything that you want to about a company or a product. So there's a certain gentleman who's pretty well known in Delhi. He wanted to buy a new Mahindra Jeep, XUV 700. And when he went to the showroom, he was told there's a long waiting period. And, in Delhi, people like to throw weight. So obviously, he must have said, you don't know who I am. And the guy said, it doesn't matter. It's still going to take you 14 months before you get that damn Jeep. So he came back and he put out a long rant against the product and the company on his LinkedIn page, right? Now, anybody who didn't know the background would think it's a bad product. I would presume, Mahindra would have given him a Jeep out of turn just to make sure that he withdraws his post and keeps shut. But there is no way you can stop it. So it's just about monitoring well, making sure and knowing that something has appeared which is detrimental to your business, and then just go out and keep telling your positive stories. And more important, if you are proactively telling your positive story, then the negativity doesn't work, right? Then that odd person who comes out and says nasty things about you is irrelevant, because the world still believes that you are a good guy.
Thank you. So this question is asked by Mr. Aman Attar from Narsinghpur Chemical. I think this question, everybody wanted to know the answer. He's asking, what is the source of fake news? For example, you mentioned that COVID got spread by eggs or chicken. So what is the traceability of this fake news? Maybe you can comment on it.
So some years ago, I presume all of us have heard about Tata Salt, right? Tata Salt came into this marketplace back in early 80s, and its USP was that it had iodine, which no other salt had, right? Some years ago, this little WhatsApp thing started going around saying, oh, Tata Salt is bad, it has no iodine, okay? And everybody wondered what was happening. Before you know what was happening, housewives on Facebook started sharing that. Now, if housewives who are your main customers, they are the one who buy salt, right? If they start talking bad about your salt, it's going to definitely hit your product, and it's going to hit your margins, and it can hit your sales, everything. All that started happening. What do? So then, from what I understand, this huge effort was made to identify all the people, all the housewives on Facebook, and individual messages were sent out to them, one by one. That took some days to happen. But the reality was, at that point in time, there was somebody who was going to come out with a competing brand in the market, right? So it was competition that hit Tata Salt, and hit it badly and negatively. But how do you know? You don't. You don't, because who's putting out that WhatsApp message is anybody's guess. WhatsApp is not going to help you trace it, right? It cannot probably, it may not want to, whatever be the reason. But before you know, like I said earlier, before you know, it's out there. So that's why it's important to be very aware that things can happen to you and you're prepared for it. And when you're prepared for it, there are no surprises. Then you know exactly what to do. And there are strategies and ways to deal with the situation and what to say, who to say, where to say, when to say, you know. The 5 Ws and 1 H of journalism that they talk about works very well, any bit of information.
Harish, back to you.
Yeah, this question is for Srinivas. I'll combine these two questions. There is one farmer, and this is also another farmer, and he says that the villages don't trust online services except payments. And the farm, so he is also a farmer, so when he wants to do online services, he finds it a bit difficult. So he's asking, do you have any solutions for that?
Let me try, Harishji. So there are a lot of new age digital platforms where they want to enlist farmers, right? So I think it's more about exploratory situation to identify the right digital platform, do some kind of background check in terms of the depth of marketplace that they are in, and then get enlisted. So you need to have your own diligence to apply and do the filtration of it.
So Srinivas, this is for you. This question is asked by Mr. S.K. Sharif from NB Farms. So he's asking, as a part of digital marketing, how all the chicken shops and all the wet market stakeholders should be ready to face the challenges?
As I said, again, it will be a combination of physical and digital. I don't think the current pace at which the digital age is coming up, it will be a combination of physical with the digital infrastructure. It is better to be open and embrace digital rather than fight with it, or stand on two sides of the table and see what is coming and hitting us. I think it is easy. It will be more proactive for the physical platforms to embrace digital, make their internal organization ready to build a digital strategy, build the digital infrastructure within the organization, and look at future potential and unleash it. Yeah.
So Rahul, this comes to you.
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
So I think there will always be two kinds of people. People who will buy online without feeling the stuff, and people who would want to go out, see the stuff, touch it, feel it, and then take a decision. And that's never going to change. I mean, it's the same case all over the world. That's how human beings are built. I mean, you cannot change that. I mean, there are certain things we would want to buy by holding it and feeling it, and there are certain things you can buy sitting online. It's also generational to a certain extent. Most of the younger people are happy buying their world online because they don't have to get out of their comfort zones. But, a lot of people like us, even slightly younger, would still probably prefer to go both ways.
Thanks, Rahul. So this question is asked by Mr. Vikas Gaur from Avitech Nutrition. So he wanted to know your views that there is a campaign, Sunday ho ya Monday, Roj Khao One Day, promoted by National Egg Coordination Committee, started in 1990s, he said. So he's asking that campaign, how it can be relevant in the current times, and will it add to increasing the per capita consumption and also the realization of the egg prices?
So it was a wonderful campaign. I mean, it has been one of the strongest campaigns. I think all of us know about Amul. Every day it comes out with a new, advertisement basis something that's happened. I think this NECC campaign was strong. It still rings a bell amongst many of us, but I think a lot of people who were born after the campaign was launched may not be in a position to connect with it because they've not seen it. So you need to sort of figure it out. But a campaign like that obviously helps. It helps because it tells people a story. And it tells people that if you do a certain thing, then that's advantageous to you. So, I mean, as long as, again, you're talking about the positive parts, it sits well with people.
Okay. So, Srinivas, there are two questions from Mr. Pawan Sai from Shri Poultry Farms. So, there are two questions. So, first one is different and second one. So, I'll take first one. According to you, is it hard to convince people to buy frozen or packaged meat? Your views?
I think it's again the consumer usage and the way you actually share the perception. So it's more perception driven. The transition from fresh in the Indian consumer mindset, I think transition from fresh to chilled to frozen is a journey, and it will take time for that evolution to happen, right? And it's also experience of the consumer to move that journey. Some, like I said, the new age customers, consumers who are less than 30 years of age might still look at experimenting with it, being open to adoption. So you need to look at the early adopters in that particular 30 crore category and then look at penetration, right? So but the larger set of it will still take time to move from fresh to chilled to frozen.
Okay, so the next one, I think any of you can also add up. So it's asking, by commercialization of packaged or frozen meat, don't you think it will take away employment from many people?
I think so again, right? It's all skilling that is possible. So I think that is again a perception of getting displaced. There will be new skills that need. Like for example, if I take an example of digital versus physical, I think the same physical teams which are working in marketing, sales, could get skilled and start performing the digital roles. So there is no displacement per se. I think it's more about upskilling yourself and taking those roles.
Maybe Rahul, you want to add something?
I agree with him. I agree with him because, I mean, it's like saying that, robots are going to take away the world, right? That's not going to happen because there'll be certain things robots will be able to do, certain things will still need human intervention. You know, one of the fears is that artificial intelligence is going to kill many professions, I mean, I think lawyers are very worried about it. But the reality is that you still need that human brain and human input, even for the AI to work properly. So I think it's not something one should fear. I mean, it's always about us upskilling, reskilling, doing different things, and those opportunities will always be available.
Thanks.
Rahul, one question. When there is a campaign, we run a campaign, and the campaign is done by, say, an association or a federation, or the campaign is either done by a company for their brand building. Which is more effective? Or, I mean, does it really sometimes happen that the federation or, some advertise comes from milk producing federation? It will not have that kind of an effect if a particular company or the brand does it. So
Depends entirely on what your messaging is. Depends entirely on your story that you're telling. If your story is strong, it'll sell, right? So, and if your story is weak, I mean, there are brands which have died because, their story has been weak. There are enough examples scattered around, globally as well as here. But the reality is, what is it that you're pitching? And for that, you need to understand what is it that people want to hear, right? And that's where perception mapping comes into play. Once you have figured out what is it that people are likely to accept, then you build your messages and your overarching narrative and take it to people. So then it becomes easier for them to consume it and accept it. I mean, it's like if you look at, political slogans or political parties, right? They convince people. They convince people because people feel that what is being said is good for them. It's going to matter. It's going to make a difference to their lives. So if you can carve out those kind of messages where people think, okay, this is something that's going to have a positive impact on my life. मेरा फायदा होगा, तो वो मानेंगे लोग.
Thanks. So this one is for Srinivas. You just touch upon a couple of topics, but on the AR and VR. So industry wanted to know the tools like augmented reality and virtual reality, how it can be applied in poultry sector. Maybe you can coin few examples according to your understanding.
So I think the AR and VR or augmented reality and virtual reality, for example, the quality of meat, right, and the perception of the end consumer in terms of the quality of meat is a case, for example, right? So a lot of perception is there. When you talk with meat lovers, they say a lot of antibiotics go in, the quality of meat is not so great. So if we can create a VR or a AR showing the overall production practices to the consumer, how it is moving, and taking him in on a drive, on a virtual drive, which will actually enable him change his perception. So I think that is one of the case that could be built, and that is one of the perceptions that you said, which is there in the media. So I think when you create these videos or move the consumer through the journey of the entire life cycle of how the egg is converting into meat, that actually creates a lot of perceptual change and actually make him move into the virtual world. Yeah, that's an example that simple.
So just to add where he stopped, it's all about storytelling, right? If you can take yourself to people and let them see who you are and what you are and what you do is correct, because that's what is something that's going to impact that person, then that will work. I mean, AR, VR are basically tools, right? How you use a tool depends on what is it that you want to say and who do you want to say to.
Like for example, one of the key factors is ESG, right? Environmental sustainability and governance. So ESG is becoming a big metric for any of the players across the world right now. So poultry industry is conceived as one of the not so friendly ESG industries, right? Because of the pollution that it comes with, right? So again, creating AR and VR situations to actually create a situation where ESG is being deployed in their production situations or processing situations will again elevate the play on the front end. So it's basically creating their own storylines using the technologies which will change the game.
So I think, Harish, this question maybe you can answer as well. So the campaigns like Sunday Hoya Monday, nowadays they are missing. So is the industry planning any mega campaign to create the awareness of egg consumption and also how the farmers can get a better remuneration?
We definitely have that in mind, and maybe today's session was just showing our intent.
Sure. Okay, Rahul, coming back to your story that about when you were handling this 120 odd companies, you were putting red, green and yellow flags to see what kind of situation those companies are in a particular aspect of communication and emergency responses. So you did a bit of understanding of poultry sector now. So according to you, what could be the green flags, what could be the yellow and what could be the red flags for our sector?
I think we did talk about it in practically every, presentation today. I think the red flags are any uncertainty from a business point of view that one has to be aware of. And within that, then you build up whether it is a health-related issue, whether it is your, whether it is your caged birds and open bird sort of a discussion, whether it is about, the hygiene at poultry farms, whether it is, whether your product is being delivered well, whether it is edible, whether it is infected. It could be anything, right? The thing is that the point to be, have them in front of you, and you have a mitigation strategy in front of you for each of the issues, and then nothing is a surprise. It all comes out very, very well. And it's amazing how often we end up doing this, because I remember there was one big refinery which was having a problem. And I asked them, I said, do you have a crisis mitigation plan? They said, yes, we have. So I said, can I see it? So they brought it and put this huge thick wad of paper in front of me. It was what to do if there was a fire at the refinery. I said, it is an operational crisis. I'm talking about a communications crisis. Does this mitigation plan have anything on managing reputation, perception, and what goes out in the media for you? Because if it doesn't, then you're just managing it internally. Your external environment is still open to criticize you.
So Rahul, you did flag some challenges for the poultry sector, the likes of AMR, welfare issues, and the trend of veganism catching up. These are the things which are coming in our sector. So how do you assess the impact of these negative perceptions? For example, how much is the impact of AMR? Maybe this is minuscule, or we need to just ignore that. Some trends are coming up, but whether all of them require equal attention or something we ignored as well?
No, everything requires attention today because you don't know what shape and form it's going to take. You have absolutely no idea. You might think it's one of those things that can go away or will go away, or we'll be able to throw it away and push it away. And tomorrow morning you'll wake up and suddenly find, Maggie is a good example. A very good example. I mean, it's a case study which one needs to see on and on and on, and how they finally managed to sort of, manage the crisis. I mean, that's another case study. It was a wonderful thing what happened there.
So this is a long question, and I read out, and please pay attention. It's a bit long in a way. Dr. Sunil is asking whether egg is a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian. Question. This question may look foolish, but our country's scenario about egg consumption on the basis of religious taboos. And poultry, for example, take North India. Poultry farms are producing so much of the eggs, but because of these reasons, they are not considering consuming it. And they are giving more preference to milk as compared to egg. So this is the question. Basically, is asking egg is a vegetarian or non-vegetarian, how we are promoting that?
I think the whole industry here, or the front benchers, I would say, they are the right people to answer this. But even Mahatma Gandhi first said that it is vegetarian. So let's say it's vegetarian. And the most important thing is that if somebody is a vegetarian and he's not eating eggs, I can tell you one thing, anybody visiting me and he says he's not eating egg, another 10 minutes I ensure that he starts eating egg. So that's what we are supposed to do it.
Yes, please, sir. Can somebody give the mic to Doctor, please? Event team, can you please pass on the mic?
Milk is not vegetarian. It is animal product. Even Mahatma Gandhi also expressed milk is a vegetarian, non-vegetarian, which come from letter plus. But in our country, a religious sentiment, they are treating it as a vegetarian. But even the egg also non-vegetarian. As per the kingdom, you see the ghee, butter, milk, whatever the fat substance, give cholesterol. Where the cholesterol comes, only animal kingdom. No vegetarian foods won't give any cholesterol. None of the items having cholesterol in vegetarian oils. That's why whoever tells somebody, Swamiji, all this tells, nay. Non-vegetarian means animals are giving cholesterol subject, milk or eggs. That's why both are non-vegetarian, but we are treating as a vegetarian milk. Compared to milk, egg is the #1 food after mother's milk out of 450 items as per the NIN. Out of 450 items, food items, after mother's milk, egg is #1. Not only that, Mahatma Gandhi, you see the Swami Vivekananda, his book, Life History, 2nd volume. He ate daily 2 eggs. Swami Vivekananda is a great religious spiritual man. He ate 2 eggs like steel and this. You must eat eggs, he told that, long back only. People are suffering with low nutrition, low proteinous food. So, we must educate the people. Both our cholesterol is there, so this non-vegetarian you are eating, you tell them like that.
Okay, thank you, Bharat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Srinivas, one more point to you. How do you see the trend of this lab-based meat or lab-based animal proteins? So they are not actually the animal protein, but they are produced within the lab.
Yeah. So I think, okay, so it was, I think Mr. Chandrasekhar was speaking about the plant-based meat. When you look at the numbers, in the last 2 years, the growth has been there both in the Western world, and India also has started innovating in the plant-based meat situations. But what we see recently in the last 6 months is the investments are getting dried in the plant-based meat category, and there is a deceleration in terms of the growth in the Western market as well. The challenges that they are facing is basically in the innovation of the product. The product has not been acceptable to the consumers' palate. So that is one of the challenges in the Western world, and in India as well, it's under evolution. So the pace, the hype which was created, and the numbers which was there for last 3-4 years, I think last 6 months the trend is on a decline. That was the latest one. So I don't see that coming in because it requires a lot of innovation in the product category itself. Yeah.
Last question from my side to Rahul. Rahul, this e-commerce is also posing a challenge on the safety of the transactions and also the data privacy. So how do you foresee that these two challenges are going to be a deterrent, or you can say how we manage these situations of safety aspect and privacy aspect? Maybe Srinivas later you can also add to this.
So, I mean, I think we are well on our way to take e-commerce to a different level. The digitalization that is happening in the economy is a reality. Safety is a concern, and I think many government departments, even police in many states, are doing a fairly good job in making people aware of what could be the challenges and warning them to do certain things and not do certain things. But in Delhi recently, I mean, there was a WhatsApp message going around saying that you haven't paid your electricity bill, and if you don't pay by this evening, your power connection will be cut. And everybody, that message went out to everybody and said, pay on this link, give us your numbers. Some people actually fell for that trap. But others who knew and who had read up and who were aware, quickly realized this was some kind of a scam and a fraud, so they didn't go for that. But I think people will become aware as they go forward, because I think all of us have seen that Netflix Prime thing, Jamtara, which kind of
Jamtara movie.
Yeah, Jamtara, which I mean that's the reality, and people will try and scam you, and there will be frauds around. But I think increasingly people are also becoming aware of these things, and they will take steps to make sure.
Swarish, anything from your side?
I am so convinced by all the speakers, and especially Srinivas and Rahul Sharma, that if we really implement, because they have highlighted all the aspects of marketing and brand building, and if we are able to follow, or we understand what they are saying and we do it or we implement it, I think next year in Knowledge Day, we will be talking about how to handle this unprecedented growth of poultry industry.
So let's give a big round of applause to both the speakers. Thank you so much, Rahul and Srinivas.
Thank you.
Both the speakers are around, so if you have any specific question, you can want to talk one-on-one, please do so. They are here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's all the questions that we have time for today. And now I would like to thank our speakers and our moderator, Mr. Vijay Makhija and Mr. Harish Garware for an engaging question and answer session. May I now request Mr. Uday Singh Bayas to join us on stage and present a token of our appreciation to our speakers, please. Mr. Uday, can we please have you on stage? Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right, so that's all for the question and answer round. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be inaugurating the Poultry India Exhibition 2022 in the presence of this august gathering. For this, may I request Mr. Anil Dhumal, Mr. Chakradhar Rao, President, Poultry India, Mr. Harish Garware, Mr. Sirish Dopeshwar, Secretary, and Mr. Uday Singh, Treasurer, to please bring our EAC members and our special guests onto the dais. Our special guests are, now ladies and gentlemen, I'd request you all to kindly keep applauding as they arrive. Our special guests are Member of Parliament in Lok Sabha, Member of Standing Parliament, Mr. Anil Bonde. My apologies, Dr. Anil Bonde. So, Member of Standing Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture and Animal Husbandry. Next up, we have Mr. Upamanyu Basu, Joint Secretary, Government of India. Her Excellency, Ambassador of Republic of Bulgaria, Ms. Eleonora Dimitrova. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Moving on, I would like to announce the names of our EAC members. Mr. KG Anand from VH Group, Mr. Ram Reddy from Sneha Group, Mr. OP Singh from Huvefar Group, Mr. Raghavendra Joshi from Khadkeshwar Group, Mr. Suresh Chitturi, Chairman IEC, Singh, Skylark Group, Mr. Danda, Poultry Infa, Mr. Sanjay Naglekar. Can we please have everyone on stage? It's time. It's that glorious moment, everyone. Can we all hear it for them? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Now, may I request Mr. Chakradhar Rao and Mr. Harish Garware to please felicitate our dignitaries and members of the EAC. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. May I request EAC members to kindly take their seats. I would like to request Shri Anil Bonde, Shri Upamanyu Basu, Shri Anil Dumal, and Ambassador Dimitrova to kindly stay back and to unveil the show directory for Poultry India 2022. And before we begin with that, I'd request Mr. Anil Dumal to kindly speak a few words.
Good evening. Normally, we have the inauguration of Poultry India during the exhibition time, that is always in the morning. In the last EAC meeting on 30th of October, it was discussed that are we really sacrificing valuable time, valuable business time for the show for this inauguration function. It normally used to take 2 to 3 hours for the inauguration. So all the AC members advised us that always now in future, you have the inauguration ceremony, a short and sweet ceremony, during the knowledge day in about half an hour. So as per their directions, we have arranged this inaugural digital inauguration program. Jaideep, can we start? We'll now request our dignitaries to kindly inaugurate the show directory symbolically. I would like to make a small announcement type, or we want to share some information with you. The Poultry India exhibition is organized by IPEMA under the guidance of EAC. Now this EAC is just a committee. So it was discussed in our committee in the meetings that this committee, EAC, should become a formal entity. Accordingly, we are working out, and this forum, Poultry India, it will be consisting, this forum, the new entity, will be consisting of all the heads of associations, of all the major associations in India, and also major stakeholders in India. So this association will be proper forum, legal forum, having registered with the government in income tax and also in all the other necessary offices. The idea behind making this is that this forum will work for the development of Indian poultry. Now, as you know, any poultry, any industry, any association has to work with a vision and a long-term vision. And we thought that we, IPEMA, may not be a proper body to undertake such a big task. So this new forum, which will be properly, legally instituted shortly, that will be developing a long-term vision for Indian poultry development, Indian poultry growth, solving the problems of Indian poultry. And this idea of new forum was originated from IPEMA body. And I am very happy to announce that this IPEMA body has agreed and has sanctioned a sum of rupees 5 crores as an initial funding for this new forum. I think we must congratulate all the people, working people in IPEMA now. Every year, you know that this exhibition is held on a no-profit basis. Whatever the surplus is generated, nobody wants to make money out of it. The surplus which is generated is kept aside, out of which initial funding of 5 crores will be given. And every year, as the surplus happens, some percentage of surplus will be given to this new forum, and this new forum will work with the vision. They will be doing the work for poultry promotion, for the eggs and the chicken, solving the general industry issues. I mean, you name the thing which is of the national interest for the poultry, and this forum will take it up. It will be a properly constituted forum. So this is what I wanted to share, and I am extremely happy with all the AC members that when we discuss this and discuss this idea, that this will be an excellent idea. Everybody was agreed, and unanimously they passed a decision that yes, please go ahead and form such a forum. So we are on that job now. All the team of Poultry India is working on it, and soon, within about 3 to 4 months, we will have a properly constituted body, and we can further take up the work of development for Indian poultry. So this is what I wanted to share. I thank you very much. Now, I request our chief guest, Dr. Anil Bonde. Dr. Anil Bonde is Member of Parliament of Lok Sabha, Member of Standing Committee, Parliamentary Committee for Agriculture and Animal Husbandry. And he is a very important person for us because he knows a little bit of poultry. Now he has seen what the poultry is, and whatever the problems we face, I am sure that he will address it to the topmost level in the government, and he will help us out in the future. I now request Dr. Anil Bondeji to please tell us something, give us a speech of a few words.
Thank you, Anilji. Today I will start with the Bharat Mata Ki Jai. That is my habit. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Thank you. Today, in the August gathering of this Poultry India, 14th edition of the Poultry India 2022, and South Asia's largest poultry expo, which is organized at Hyderabad by the Poultry India. Now on the dais, Joint Secretary of the Government of India, Upamanyu Basu. At the same time, Honorable Eleonora, Ambassador from the Republic of Bulgaria, and President of this Poultry India, Mr. Chakradhar, and the Founder President, Mr. Anilji Dhumal. Now, I am very much glad to see that all the sectors from the poultry industry has gathered here. They are working at the peripheral sector, at the peripheral level, at the feed level, at the mechanical level, at the distribution and business level. And at the same time, for the propagation also, you are thinking in deep. Basically, I have seen that today you are celebrating the Knowledge Day. And really, it is the need of the hour that knowledge and innovation should get converted into wealth. And this poultry, it is a multi-pronged business, I can see. It is having relation to the farmers. It is having relation to the self-help group. It is having relation to the nutrition of the India. It is having relation to the business of the India. Now, when our Prime Minister always say, Prime Minister Honorable Narendra Ji Modi always say, that we have to increase the income of the farmers, or the females who are working in the village area, they should get the work. Then the best option can be the animal husbandry, can be the poultry, or can be the fishing. The poultry is such that even the female household worker, she can also enter into the poultry. So, the poultry can give employment to the many person. Now your gathering, this August gathering is very much important for this. Because what is needed to increase the strength of this poultry industry, that hand-in-hand cooperation of the technology, innovation, the industrialists who are working for the feed of the poultry, scientists who are working for the genetics of the poultry, doctors or veterinary scientists who are working to control the diseases of the poultry, and at the same time, the persons who are seeing the marketing of the poultry business. These persons will have to work hand in hand, and all this knowledge should go to the should get transferred to the peripheral level. Because many youth or many female, many self-help group, they are waiting for you. Because whenever that knowledge will percolate to the peripheral level, obviously wealth will also percolate to the peripheral level. Now there are certain, we can say the certain weaknesses or threats also. Because I have seen in the corona period, and I was with the agitation of these persons, these poultry people who were working at the peripheral level, at the distal level. Because there was rumor on WhatsApp that this virus is spreading through the chicken. This virus is spreading to the eggs. The speed of the virus spread is comparatively less than the speed of the rumor. The speed of the rumor is more. And that's why at the peripheral level, all the poultry workers, they were so much disabled that even the eggs, they were not able to sell the eggs. They were not able to sell the chicken because that rumor was spread that probably the bird flu has entered in India. And so many young entrepreneurs, they were at the loss. So at that time, I had been to the Amravati and those young entrepreneurs came to me. Then I went to the collector office. We have taken the hands with the legs in my hand. And I told, because I am myself also, I am doctor, I am physician, I am MD medicine, I am professor of the medicine at the medical college. So I took the legs of the hen and shown to the people that I can hold this chicken, I can hold this bird. There is no virus in that. You can eat the chicken. So, all the rumors which are spreading, we have to fight against that. As such, as a nation, if we want to see, that basically most of the time we are suffering, many persons are suffering from the malnutrition. And this malnutrition may be the caloric malnutrition or protein malnutrition. And that protein malnutrition is very much dangerous. And this protein malnutrition can be treated only with the help of the protein. I was listening to the discussion regarding the vegetarian protein. It is true that through the pulses, the vegetarian protein can be extracted. But that is the costly affair. The readily available vegetable protein, can be through the animal flesh, can be through the eggs. And that animal protein can be converted, because I am on the parliamentary committee on the food processing. So I am suggesting that egg powder or the chicken powder that can be converted into the cookies, that can be mixed with the cookies, that can be blended with the cookies. And the tribal people or the malnourished children, which is the problem mostly in the hilly areas, those can be, their diet can be supplemented with this protein. So tomorrow, the day is of the nutrition. Totally, world may be satisfied with the hunger, but that hunger is satisfied usually with the carbohydrates. We have to supplement for the growth of the children with the proteins. And there come the role of the poultry, there come the role of the eggs and the chicken. And that's why I think the more research is necessary, more investment is also necessary, and more food processing is also necessary in this field. As such, this field, poultry field, comes under the state arena. When I was agriculture minister, to increase the income of the farmer, I have concentrated on this allied sector. And central government also, here joint secretary is at present, joint secretary is also present on this occasion. Central government, especially our Prime Minister Narendra Ji Modi, he is totally focused on two things, that self-reliant nation should be there. आत्मनिर्भर भारत रहना चाहिए. आत्मनिर्भर भारत में न्यूट्रिशन भी पूरा करने का काम हमारे किसानों का, हम लोगों का है. तो उसमें प्रोटीन में भी हम आत्मनिर्भर होना चाहिए. तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इज सपोर्टिंग ऑल द ब्लू रिवोल्यूशन, पोल्ट्री, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, as well as the farming sector. And that will increase the income of the farmer also, because that is the aim of our Prime Minister. So I welcome the fruitful discussion which is occurring on the Knowledge Day. And at the same time, the expo will be guiding to me also for the new sector like poultry. and all our brothers and sisters, they will also get the guidance by the expo. And that's why I congratulate you all. I am very much glad to inaugurate this August session, this convention, and I wish all the best to this Poultry India Association and all the all the persons who are working under this umbrella and all the poultry industry. Again, all the best. Thank you for asking me to inaugurate this venture. I also thank Anilji Dhumal and Ravindraji Metkar because they forced me to come here to Hyderabad and to get the knowledge from this poultry industry. Thank you very much for listening patiently. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Abhimanyu Basu to please speak few words.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask a question? I've seen you since morning. You've heard me deliver whatever I could speak. But then I see you again here, even now. Why are you here? Can I get an answer? It is because of just one word, motivation. There is enough motivation to attend this, right? And that is what is needed. We've heard brand building. We have heard the basics of poultry industries. We have heard how reputations are very important, easily tarnished, tried to be maligned, but very difficult to sustain unless you are alert, from Rahul Sharma sir. And also, I will like to really consider myself fortunate to have Honorable MP Sahab speaking on the role of poultry industry in wiping out the malnutrition that our country suffers from. So, as a parting remark, I'll say that one, there should be enough motivation, because without that, a country cannot prosper. And together we stand. Unless we are all united, both government as well as all the stakeholders of these industries, we cannot take this to the apex height that we really choose it to be. So with this, I thank you all, and I especially thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity and for this wonderful event. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, I would also like to thank Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Bulgaria, who is present here amongst us, as well as Mr. Dhumal and Mr. Rao. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
I take this opportunity to thank our technical team for this Knowledge Day, especially Mr. Harish Garware and our President, IPEMA President, Mr. Chakradhar Rao, for generating this idea of the new forum and giving it a proper presentation to the EAC, so that the EAC has agreed for preparing this new forum. I thank you all for this. Now we will take a small break, tea break, and then again we will join in about 20-25 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for you all to settle down real quick. Mr. Gopi Chand is already in the house, so once you settle down, we will begin with our show. Ladies and gentlemen, last call requesting you to please settle down so we can finally begin. I request all the gentlemen onto my left side to kindly settle down really quick. All right then, our last speaker for the day, and probably the most anticipated one. He's a sporting icon, someone who's made us all proud with his achievements and wins. He's someone who we have cheered for. He's now a coach par excellence and is also a local boy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former world number 5 and the chief national coach for the Indian national badminton team, Padma Bhushan Pullela Gopichand on stage. Can we all have a huge round of applause?
Pullela Gopichand, a former Indian badminton player with several national and international wins to his credit, is the founder of the Gopichand Badminton Academy. Born in November 1973 in Nagandla, Prakasam district, Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Gopichand was drawn to sports from a young age. He won his first national badminton championship in 1996. He went on to win it 5 times in a row. His international career began in 1991 when he was chosen to represent the Indian team against Malaysia. Pullela's glorious badminton career brought him several notable wins. In 2001, he won the All England Open Badminton Championships against the then world number 1 Peter Gade. Having won 4 International Badminton Federation IBF men's singles, Pullela has represented India in various international tournaments including the Thomas Cup, French Open, German Open and Asian Championships. For his outstanding achievement in sports, Pullela received the Arjuna Award in 1999 and Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna in 2001 and Padma Bhushan in 2009. In 2004, Gopichand was appointed as the Badminton Association of India's chief national coach. While playing, Gopi inspired a generation of players to take up badminton and as a coach. One of the many awards he received was a large plot of land in a prime area of Hyderabad given to him by the government. Gopi decided to use this land for the academy, Pullela Gopichand Badminton Academy. This was not, however, an easy road. The project was significantly delayed and Gopi was eventually forced to mortgage his own home to complete the training academy, which has produced incredible players such as Saina Nehwal and PV Sindhu. The Academy has been officially nominated as the Asia Training Center. The Academy has been officially nominated as the Asia Training Center by the prestigious Badminton Asia Confederation. Mr. Gopichand was awarded Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar in 2013. Mr. Gopichand is also the recipient of the Dronacharya Award for being an outstanding sports coach from the Government of India. Please welcome Padma Bhushan Pullela Gopichand.
Let's hear it for the one and only Padma Bhushan Pullela Gopichand, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Very good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction and for the warm welcome. Well, I'm here to share some of my experiences and my journey over the years. I came into Hyderabad. My father worked in a bank, so he was getting transferred every 3 years. So initial years were in Orissa, then we were in Chennai, then coastal Andhra. And then when I came to Hyderabad, I was about 10 years old. This was the time, I think everybody here would understand that in the year 1983, after the World Cup, everybody wanted to play cricket. I was also the same, wanted to play cricket, was playing cricket, in my apartment, broke a few window panes, and my neighbors complained. My mom said, why don't we take him to the stadium, because otherwise he'll get us into trouble. We went to join for cricket. Fortunately or unfortunately, cricket admissions were full. So the next sport which we knew was tennis. So we went to the tennis court, and on the way out, my parents saw too many cars parked outside. They thought, this is a rich man's sport, let's not get into it. We'll go to some other sport. It so happens that the LB Stadium in the circle, the next sport was badminton, and it was empty. And that is really the reason why I played sport. So when I look at my entire journey, I look at it as God's grace and destiny more than anything else. So for me, the initial years were tough. My mom was very tough with education. To make my life worse, my brother went to IIT. So I also was on the same path, maths, physics, and chemistry. I think every Telugu person would understand it even more than the others, that there were only two professions, either you're a doctor or an engineer. I also wrote my engineering exam, and luckily I failed. And that year, my parents said, you have a chance to play sport, and if you perform well, you can continue playing. That year I won the junior nationals. I also played for the country. But most importantly, I got a job in Tata Steel. And that was the beginning of my badminton career, so to say. Life wasn't easy because at school it was tough. I was studying in a school which was very academic oriented, St. Paul's in Hyderabad. So I would go there. Mornings I would go to play. Like typical day would be that you get up in the morning at 4:30. You study loudly so that my mom could hear it in her bedroom for 1 hour. And if you study for 1 hour continuously, then you get to go to the stadium. You go to the stadium by around 5:30, you leave. You come back at around 8:15, rush to school by 9, come back from school at 3 o'clock, get to the stadium by around 4 o'clock, and then you study, you play for 2 hours. By 6:30 you play, come back, do homework, eat and sleep. This is how life was. This is like everyday life was like this. Back then, we never won many international or national events from Hyderabad. So for me to even think or dream that I could become something more than a state champion was not even a possibility. I recollect slightly. I aspired to be like one person in the stadium who had a little punch and who would hit hard. And that is what all I thought was the best badminton player I could think of. Because if I had a dream, I don't think it would have been much bigger than that. So every step I climbed, I realized that if I worked harder, the next step is possible. I went on to win the district. I went on to win the state. And when I won the state, I realized that if I push harder, I could win at the national level. And when I won the nationals and I went to the international level, I realized that if I push harder, I could win at the international level. So every step I climbed, the next step seemed possible. And there was only one principle, that you need to push and work harder. Luckily, it worked for me each time. And I went on to win 1 or 2 titles at the national level. This was around the year 92, 93. Things were looking good. And I remember one incident very clearly. We were playing this tournament. This was one of the first events where India had sent a team internationally after many years. And this was the Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. It was a circuit of 3 tournaments. We played the first tournament, and the joke then was that Indian team, and think of it and know um, not a reason, but think of how our journeys to sport were. We would get from here, take a AP Express, second class, go to Delhi, that's about 27 hours, stay there in Paharganj in a hotel, and then apply for visa in Chanakyapuri, stay there 2-3 days for that, and then go to Ashoka Hotel, Barman Lorry, another 3 days. So, and then we would go to the tournament. So by the end of the day, after about 8 or 9 days of traveling to go to the tournament, our achievement was to reach the tournament. So there are two things which we would be talking about. And when we were packing, the thing was, कितने कपड़े लेके जा रहे हैं? I said, क्यों? भाई एक खेलने का लेके जा, 4-5 अच्छे casual लेके जा. Because all of us never thought we would lose, we would win anything more than one round. That is how the entire mindset was. Although in the year 1980, Prakash Padukone had won the All England, somehow between that time and 1990, a lot of things had changed. We never thought we could emulate something what Prakash had done. But then we went there. I remember this time when we were sitting in the Hotel Emerald next to the Hotel Negara, to the Stadium Negara. We finished off on the first day and everybody was, yeah, morning show, yeah, matinee. Because all of us had lost in the first round. So, subah mein hara hai ki afternoon mein hara hai. Itna hi tha. Because all 18 of us had lost and we were like, tera kitna time hua, mera kitna time hua. Because somebody lost in 15 minutes, somebody lost in 18 minutes. So the joke was the Indians played the fastest match in the tournament on the losing side. If we were all sitting down having ordered some Indian food and I was the youngest of the lot, we had all lost and everybody was like, sir, Chinese itna jump kar rahe hai, mere ko shuttle hi dikhani hai. तो कोई बोल रहा है यार मेरे को शटल छोड़ मेरे को आदमी नहीं दिख रहा है. So this is the kind of conversation we were all having there. And then I was one of the youngest of that lot. I got up and said, क्या बात कर रहे हो? हम जीत सकते हैं. मैं जीत के दिखाऊंगा. Everybody pounced on me and said, बच्चा है, बहुत उचक रहा है, साले जल्दी सीख जाएगा. I walked out of that room that day saying, मैं जीत के दिखाऊंगा. And if I'm proud of anything in my life, it's the fact that I had the kid in me alive all the time when I played. And that for me was something which I'm really proud about. Things didn't happen easily for me. 2 years later, I had won a few tournaments, few matches internationally. We had a Chinese coach who came. He really showed us how to train, and then we were working, and we got some good results internationally. But I was playing at this tournament in Pune. This was the 1994 National Games. I had reached the finals of the men's singles, and I was playing the semi-finals of the men's doubles in the morning. I was moving backwards, my partner was moving sideways, both of us couldn't see each other. We jumped and collided, and he landed on my left leg. And I twisted the leg, and I tore the anterior cruciate ligament of my left leg, left knee. And I was out of badminton for almost about 6 months. But by the time I could come back and play and win anything, it was almost a year's time when I could come back. I came back, started to win and play well. I beat the 1992 Olympic champion Alan Budi Kusuma. I also beat the 1996 Olympic champion Paul-Erik Hoyer Larsen. But then I got injured again playing in Scotland at the World Championships. And had to come back to India again in 96 for the second surgery. And had come back again and started to train again after the surgery. Got some good results, but again got injured at a tournament in Mumbai and had my third knee surgery in 6 years. This was between when I was 18 to 23. And luckily for me, between the years 1998 to 2001, I didn't have many injuries. And that's when I got my All England or the Commonwealth or the Asian Championships or any of those tournaments which I won. So in all this time, there were two incidences which really were very important. One was when we played a tournament in Netherlands. I finished off, I was playing for a club called FC Langenfeld in Germany. I played this tournament in Netherlands. I lost in the first round. Cold weather, 3 knee surgeries. Left knee was really bad. It was hurting, swollen, cold, alone, not much money. So it was a struggle. And I lost the match and I came out. And I remember my coach, Suyan, who was the coach of the league club team, he called my friend Oliver and said, "Don't ask Gopi to worry. It's not how many times you fall or how hard you fall. It's how quickly you get up each time that matters." And for me, I remembered that very much. There were many things which I've learned in our country from my coaches. And I had some great coaches in our country. Arif sir, Hamid Hussain sir, Prakash sir, Ganguly Prasad. But I never learned this lesson about failure from any of my coaches here. And I think it's very important that lessons on failure should be talked about and spoken about. And it's very important. So this is something which I really learned from my coach, Suyan. The second thing was, I was playing the whole league. One of the things which I always did, and I'm really proud of, I didn't care whether the match was a club match or it's an Olympic level or an All England level. I gave my heart out for every match. And my club was very proud of me for that. I never looked at profit and loss on each bargain. I think the attitude was to give my best each time. So I played consistently for about 4 years. And one of my last matches I lost. So I remember Gunter, who was the manager of the club, he saw me a little down and he said, "Gopi, you're not God. You will also lose sometimes. And it's okay to lose." And I think those things remain because my urge to win was a lot. But that also meant that when you lose, it's going to backfire and you need to go down. But luckily, these 2 lessons actually always kept my emotion under check. And that for me was very, very critical and important. Now, I had these years of experience. I learned a lot from my coaches, from my travel, from moving around. And I reflected on my own journey. I learned a lot from trial and error. And by the time I won the All England, I figured out, boss, I have the formula which is needed to win. I knew what needs to be done physically, mentally, nutritionally, and training-wise. Everything I figured it. I said, boss, I will rule the world for the next few years. That's what I had in mind because I figured it all out. But when I came back in 2001 after the All England, I had 3 metatarsals of my foot broken. I had an ankle fracture. And finally, by the end of the year, I had a right knee surgery because of overuse. Because over the years, I consistently put more pressure unknowingly on my right foot, and my right foot got just worn out. So I never could really recover from it. So I had this great formula. I knew what needed to be done, and I was desperate to use it. And I didn't have the body to use it. So I just picked up some kids in Hyderabad and started coaching them. The oldest of that group was Parupalli Kashyap, who was about 16. He won the Commonwealth in 2014. We had people like Sai Praneeth, we had Sindhu, we had Sikki Reddy, we had Sindhu, Saina, Sai Praneeth, Guru Sai Dutt. These are all from that first batch of 2004 when I started coaching. And I also realized growing up that, and this whole thing came up with this simple premise that if I can do it, many others can do it. And for me, one challenge was, when I used to go today, when we talk about sports science, when we talk about sport, we talk about facility, we talk about physiologists, psychologists, nutritionists, biomechanics, analysts. These are the things we talk about. Back then, my challenges were very fundamental. You go to the stadium, watchman nahi aaya, darwaza nahi khol rahe. You go inside, current nahi hai. You want to play shuttle nahi hai. Coach nahi hai, player nahi hai. You want to run ground mein, shaadi hua hai. These were the kind of challenges which I had faced. And I said, boss, if I can win the All England, probably many others can. With that in mind, I started saying, what do we need? So I said, first and foremost, we'll need some infrastructure, because we were running out of Gachibowli Stadium. And I realized if you're going to stop for Diwali, Ramzan, Dasara, Christmas, we'll never produce champions, because champions, players need to train when they have to train. It is not when government decides that you can train. So with that in mind, luckily, I had a piece of land which was given by the Gen government, and then we started to build the academy there. I had a person called N. Prasad who gave me the first check of 2 crores to start the construction. We started off construction, midway down, and the typical tendency, I remember this room as well. You think that as an All England champion, you're very privileged. People come to you for autographs, photographs. People are wanting you to be part of their parties and functions. So I was moving around, meeting all the big people in town, and expecting that they would also fund me in my academy. Things didn't happen exactly that way. Slowly, I would make presentations. People said, nice job, well done, but we'll look at it. And I would go meet people. Slowly people started. I could see people not picking up my calls. I could see if I go to a room, people would move, "Arey yaar, ye aa gaya, wapas paise puchega." And that is the kind of mindset people would start having. So I was under tremendous pressure to finish the academy and start coaching. I was coaching morning till evening. I was in the afternoons, I was making presentations and looking at construction. And this whole thing was a lot of pressure. One time, a certain CFO of a company whom I went to made me wait outside his room for 3 consecutive days from 9:30 till 6:30 in the evening, asking a few questions in between. And at the end of 3 days, he tells me that, Gopi, I'm even talking to you because my chairman has said to look at the proposal. But honestly, I don't think badminton has it to be a world sport, and I don't think Indians have it in them to win at this sport. And you're a good man, but I don't think you can be a good coach. This was in Bombay. I just said, thank you very much, sir. I walked off. He said, no, sit, we'll still talk. We can do something. I said, no, thank you very much. I walked out, came out of the building, took the flight, came back to Hyderabad. I have a 1,000 yards house in Jubilee Hills. I came there, called my parents and wife and said, we need to sell the house. I can't do this anymore. And we can go back to the apartment, but I need to sell this house because it's being not productive enough. They said yes, and luckily the next day we didn't sell the house, but we mortgaged the house and got a 3 crore loan on it. And finally we were able to finish the construction with all of my funds. My father is a banker. I got about 50 lakhs when I won the All England. So he put that in a bank. About 5 years later, it doubled up and came out as a crore. My brother, who was in the US, sent me some money, and all of it put together, we put that money to finish the construction, and we completed the academy in 2007. And that's how we've been able to produce this guitars. So things were on the other side. I was coaching, I was spending some ridiculous hours. 4 in the morning I would go, come back at 8 in the evening. I was coaching, I was looking construction, I was seeking funds, I was traveling, everything I was doing through my parents and my wife. And we finished the academy. I go to the CM's office to tell him that you need to come for the inauguration. I meet the sports minister outside. He says, Gopi, we have decided to take the land back because we want to build service apartments there. And I said, sir, can you see? I had this iPad. I said, can you see that we have built the badminton courts here? Can you see this? He says, yeah. And he says, no, get the file. And he says, can you see the file? Because the file clearly said nothing is built except the compound wall. Unfortunately, I had to go to court, but luckily I had a stay order from the court. And this, we fought for 6 years, between the years 2008 to 2014 in court. And luckily, I had people support me. And in 2014, when the new government came and Telangana was formed, the new government actually gave the land back and withdrew the case. And finally, we had the academy with me back and the pressure a little bit off. So, in the meanwhile, on the sidelines, we won medals at the Commonwealth in 2010. We reached 2008, we reached the first quarterfinals at the Olympics. In 2010, we won the first medals at the Commonwealth. In 2012, we won our first medals at the Olympics in London. In 2014, we won the men's singles at the Commonwealth and the team silver. And in 2016, we had a silver from Sindhu. And in 2018, we've had many, many more. And 20 we have got. And today, thankfully, the sport is very big. And we've had some great successes. And we also had some great people support us. And today, luckily, since I'm here at this forum, we had even for the last 6 years, Madam Anuradha Desai and Bencob Chicken and Eggs have been sponsoring us for the last 6 years. And that's something which has been truly phenomenal. So today, thankfully, we have the support. We have the parents supporting their kids. And in years to come, I'm sure we as a nation will produce many more results. I'll stop with one last thing. I think when people look at this journey from the other side, they would look at it and say, boss, this is hard work, sacrifice, determination, discipline, all of these things. But yes, I was gritty. I didn't give up. I pushed. But truly, most of my journey has been about loving the sport. It was the passion for the sport. It was the kid who loved and happy to be part of that sport. And most of the journey was love, passion, involvement, and encouraging to learn more from the sport. And yes, there's an element of 5 or 10%, which is grit, determination, and hard work. But I don't think all of us can live a life totally with grit and determination for all our lives. It's going to be very difficult. I think it's important that we love what we do. And at times, we have to be gritty and pushy, but that is only about 5-10%. But I would also say one thing. In all my life, pride is very important. And somewhere down the line, I've also been able to achieve what I did because I felt that pride. not to lose to a person, I cannot lose to him. I still remember the days when I would go to China, and imagine you've played here in small 2-3 badminton courts, and you go to a big stadium and you're playing with a foreign shuttle. At that time, Ionic shuttle was a foreign shuttle for us in some sense, because it would behave very differently. An Indian shuttle would travel like this, a foreign shuttle would travel like this. And before 91, 92, before the company opened up, we could never import shuttles. We could have to buy them from a customs notified shop, and you would get 1 barrel of shuttle. So you never were used to those shuttles. You go to a big stadium, I remember the entire Chinese 5,000 people laughing at you because you're trying to play and you're still in the second class train. Your mind is running and you're just eaten aloo puri or samosa for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and that's what you've done. So you're half of the time wobbling, you're jet lagged, and then you try to hit and you're missing the shuttle for 2 times and the entire crowd is laughing. Somewhere down the line, it is the pride that I don't like Indians to lose. I don't like me to lose. And that, I think, pushes you for bigger things. I remember it was raw talent, raw aggression, where I would just make it a point that I can't lose to these English guys because सालों ने हमारे पास 200 साल राज किया है. And just that feeling makes you punch higher than your weight category. I think that is very important. Pride is what makes people punch higher than their weight category. And I think for all of us to grow in life, we need that element of pride, which is very critical. And it comes, and it should come for us because of the country we are, because of the people we are. We need to go back and draw inspiration from our ancestors, from our culture. And I think that is what going to be, because I do strongly believe, in spite of the many shortcomings we have in our country, I think the future belongs to India, and we can make it happen. With this, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You've spoken some really inspiring words, and I'm sure you've had a glorious journey, and it's a long way to go. So can we all have a huge round of applause for him? All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that respect. So moving on, may I please request Mr. Suresh Chituri, Managing Director, Srinivas Farms, for a fireside chat.
Gopi Garu, thank you so much for addressing. I mean, I knew some of the story, but not all of that, but amazing. And I don't know, I think it was 2018 or something, I tweeted like, China 1 medal, Gopi Chand 6 tournaments, right? And that's amazing if you understand the system that Chinese have, right? It's not one Gopi Chand there, right? It's the whole system, and you are one here. So I think, so that's what I wanted to understand. I mean, you did mention some of it, but the trigger to go do that, ask for, that land from the chief minister, then that to do that and all that. Because like you said, you didn't have the resources needed. Today is very easy to think about those things after what you have done and all that. So I think somewhere for us, if you can tell us the trigger again, about wanting to build that world-class, a world champion of champions, right? I mean, a lot of champions and...
Suresh, the reality is, when I think of it and I look back at my own journey, it's almost scary that I took this up. And I don't think it would be sane to do this journey again. Because it just needed to happen that way, so it happened is how I would think. Because I remember, and I 3 instances also, where I would leave home at about 8 in the morning. So that 4:15, I am at the badminton courts. We were living in Barani layout. Back then, that journey was about 7 minutes. And I would come back at sometimes 10 in the night, 9 in the night and stuff. And I was totally dead. So about 3 times en route from Gachibowli to the academy, to home, I would park my car to the side and sleep on the road. And 3 times actually police have caught me sleeping on the road. So that is how it was. It was crazy because the amount of work, the amount of risk was taken was insane. But I also, as you rightly said, we can all think of it retrospectively. But truly, I think it's only divine grace that I've been able to do it. I remember the words of one spiritual master, Jillalamudi Amma. She was from Chirala, a small town. And she would say, the impulse, inspiration, and the intention to do it also comes from the grace. I think that is what is important. I think today I can say that I have done it or we have done it, but truly even to make this thing happen is also divine grace. So I would really think there were so many things in this whole bargain which could have gone wrong. To even save the academy from 3 chief ministers was impossible. To fight a government was impossible. But then when I look at it, I would see that at the toughest of times, somebody out of the blue comes up and helps you for no reason. And that is grace. And it was destined that this has to happen that way. And I think I'm very fortunate to be part of that story for making it happen for whatever reason. But I would really look at it that way without putting it. But if I had to do this journey, I would be really scared because it was, to think of the journey itself is very scary. And in that moment, we did what had to be done.
Actually, I think, thanks, I mean, that was excellent. And I think that's what's the opportunity to be in this game, right, or play that such a big role. And I just wanted to give you a little background of what the poultry industry in India. Today, I think we give roughly employment about 2 crore people. And it's about 2 lakh crores now. But when my father started or whatever it started, the same thing, right? I mean, we doing, and if you see what's going to happen over the next 20 years, that will only be 6-7 times bigger. It's one of, and in fact, I think there was a report once saying that poultry has created more jobs than Narega did, with no investment from government, right? Obviously. So today we are number 2. Officially, we are not yet. But number 2 egg producer in the world. And 1965, when my dad started, I think we were in 90th or something. Probably Vatican was producing more eggs than India. But today we are number 2 in the world, and on chicken we are number 4. And still to consider that 40% of our children are malnourished, right? And 50% of the expectant mothers are this thing, right? So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on what we have achieved. And, today I think they're close to 1,500, 2,000 people in this hall. And we are all there. And one of the reasons why we wanted actually you here is to talk about how you went through what you went through and do that. And I know about the story about the Chief Minister going after you and all that. So again, the politics is not the point, but fighting that, and getting out of that and going to court and all that, because you're not, knowing your personality, you're not again a very confrontational person off court, I guess. So, but that was tough. So what, I mean, of course you mentioned grit and the fight and pride. So I think, could you again please tell us more about that?
Well, I think when you take up sport as a career in 1990, 85 I started playing, but literally in 90 I took this up as a career. It means that you're not thinking too much.
Yeah, especially in those days.
In those days, there's nothing like a career for a non-cricketing sport. So taking it up itself means that you've kind of abandoned logic in some sense. Because if you were to think, then it doesn't make sense. But truly, I think on the way up, you're not thinking of a plan B. And that is truly what has happened in my time as well. So we did what needed to be done, and we were ready to start off from zero if it needed to be again. And I think that's what has been the quality which sport teaches you. And having been playing sport for so long, I think that is what I've been imbibed with. But truly, it's also the family which does this, because when you're on court, you're dealing one-on-one. You lose. But when you risk your family and their lifestyle for what you are passionate about, it cannot be done without the family's support. And I'm very fortunate that they accepted that if we have to do it this way, we'll do it this way. So I think it's more happened by will, God's grace, rather than me putting together all the pieces, because it would have been impossible to put all the pieces together.
Yeah, I think Steve Jobs said that you always connect the dots backwards, right? Not forward. And I think, yeah. So one of the things, Gopi, and it's been in media a lot about, if you don't eat chicken or eggs, I don't know if you said eggs, but I think it was there. You cannot, do that. I think the point I want to come to is about importance of nutrition. I just wanted to give you a small example. Some years back, when Chandrababu Naidu had become Andhra CM, and he asked us, what can I do for the industry? So in those days, they were giving 3 eggs in midday meals, but actually the children were not getting 3 eggs. Somewhere it was getting lost. So I said, sir, please implement that. Make sure 3 eggs are going to the children and picked up from the farmers. So in the next few months, they fixed that, and it started happening. And 2 years later, Tamil Nadu was giving 5 or 6. So I said, how do I make Andhra do that? So, but then before I was even thinking on how, they said, we are going to do it 5. And, and I asked them why, so they said, children marks have gone up 15%, which again, is very important for our, and 2, they said they've grown taller. The attention in class is, actually absenteeism is almost gone off because they're not falling sick anymore. And they said behavior improvement. I said, what do you mean by behavior improvement? How do you measure that? They said, all teachers are like giving back feedback that children are participating in the class, asking questions, and I know which never used to happen. But especially from where you are and developing champions and all that, I think nutrition is a huge component of that, right? And for India to develop to the level it needs to. So what do you think about that? And, maybe something for all of us to tell us the role we are playing in the society.
I think when we look at every Olympic cycle, we come out with the statistics saying that 1.3 billion people, 2 medals in Rio, 7 medals here, 6 medals there, and then everybody is after us. But truly, when we look at it, there are 2 aspects which we tend to forget. Is that 90% of the people, of the children, don't have access to sporting infrastructure. I think 90 is still a smaller number. I would think that to be even higher when you look at Olympic sporting facilities. But also an important factor which we also tend to forget is almost 60% of the kids are malnourished. So what are we looking at? In the sense, when we say this number as 1.3 billion, it's not 1.3 billion. It shrinks down drastically the moment you pick out malnutrition kids and the moment you pick out kids with no infrastructure for sport. So that's a big area. So if we need to develop ourselves for the future, nutrition is very critical and sport is very critical. and they go hand in hand. And I think there's a huge role of everybody. I'm happy that governments are doing it. I'm also happy that NGOs are doing it. And I'm sure that in the future, we will have to sort this issue even more because we are a growing population and we need to take care of these elements even more. So I think the role of industry is critical. Affordable protein, clean protein is something which we find it difficult to get in our normal food. And I think everybody in this room does a great job, and they need to push even further to ensure that more and more kids are healthy, parents are healthy, and our lifestyle is healthy. So only then we can aspire to be best. I come back to this one version. Think of sport, right? When we played sport across the world, think of what sport is. Look at Indian sport. Wrestling, Malkham, Kho-Kho, Kabaddi, hockey, yoga. These were the sports which India used to play. Look at the common thread between each of them. Hands and legs as equipment or sticks as equipment. That's it. Small places, more people can play. This is what sport was, very local. Shift the scenario to Europe. What do you have? You have rugby, cricket, golf, soccer. These are the sports. Big grounds, soft grounds, lot of time, and the weather is nice. In terms, they can spend morning till evening to play. This is how sport was. Sport was very localized. It was never this competition where people would come together and compete. Even the Olympic model of sport was never about competition. It was amateurs coming together to show off their skills. This is what it truly was. So today when people talk of medals and pride and winning as a very important thing, they're missing the fundamental policy. Stronger, faster, higher. Not than anybody else. To be as strong as you can be, to jump as high as you can, to run as fast as you can, to throw as high as you can. And as Aurobindo and the mother talked about physical well-being, and the word of Vivekananda which spoke about it, have always been about being the best version of what you can be. And if our kids cannot explore the length and breadth of their physical being to be as strong as they can be and lift as high as they can or run as fast as they can or run as far as they can, how can they even be visionaries on the mental side? So that for me is very critical, because let's not look at the medals as a barometer. Let us look at each person being the best version of what he can be physically. And I think if we do that, I think every aspect of that is very important, and nutrition becomes a very, very important aspect.
Yeah. So I had two more. One was a suggestion or maybe something, but before that I wanted to ask you, I don't know, after what you said, what next for Gopi? I mean, because I know badminton, you got us on, it's not done, it'll probably never be done, but I know you're now advising our part of the Olympics, this thing now, so what is Gopi going to do that we get better at Olympics? So
I think all my life I've lived with this philosophy that I don't know what comes up in the future. Let's take care of it one day at a time. If I had a goal and a dream, I'm sure I'm sure it would not have been as big as what I have achieved. So I'm afraid of dreaming because I might dream too little, too less. So for me, to take each day as it comes, God willing, we can see many good things happen, is how I would look at my life. And today things are a lot different. Back then, for the last, say, at least the first 10, 12 years of my coaching, from 2003 till 2015, 16, nobody bothered about me. So I would be isolated. Nobody thought that badminton would be a sport. Sport would be big. So people left me alone in some sense. They were more, if anybody was, they were more worried about the land than anything else. But today things are different. Today we have an ecosystem which is developed, an interest which is developed, and there are a lot more players in the ecosystem, whether it's players, parents, academies, coaches, associations, NGOs, corporates. There's a lot more people involved in sport. So today, to manage the ecosystem of sport needs a different mindset than what I had been doing over the years. It's been a bit of a challenge because it's not something which I'm used to, but I'm forced to. Hopefully in the years to come, we will provide a system in the country where a kid who's talented, wherever from he is, whether he's from Kashmir or Kanyakumari or Mizoram or Gujarat, we can build a pathway for him to be the best in the world. And that's what I would really think to be. And I'm remembering what J.R.D. Tata has said, and this is some statement which I really like, because on one side I'm talking about physical literacy or each person to play sport. On the other side I'm talking about Olympics and best versions. So remember what he said, India doesn't become great by just removing poverty. It becomes great when you give its talented few an opportunity to be the best in the world. And that is what I look forward to. And that's what is my goal in a way, if you can see it.
Thank you. I think, so of course we as an industry, we are, I think, I want to talk about some of the things we are proud of. Like in 60s, 70s, you know, chicken used to probably lay 70, 80 eggs. Today we are talking of 450 eggs. And yeah, when I joined the business in 98, it used to take 2.1 kilos to make 1 kilo of chicken. Now we have come down to as low as 1.2 kilos. Our resource requirements, Gopi, have come down something like 70% on feed, and on water, I think around 60%. Energy usage has come down like 60, 70%. So we have achieved a lot. And I think we have a very important role to play in getting to those Olympics and all that, because, and all that. But one of the things we suffer with is every time something happens, right? Some flu, then our prices fall off and the media writes something. Corona, we had nothing to do with it, right? I mean, and then these WhatsApp messages were flying because some bat somewhere, you know, their chicken ko laga diya. And we lost like for 2-3 months. It's amazing how many people are still in this room, because at that moment, for the first time in my life, I started feeling doubtful that is this finished? You know, because we were losing 80% cash every day for 2 months. And it was lockdown. Who do we talk to? Where do we go? What do we do? So how do we fight this? You know, how do we, I mean, and somewhere we are fighting it and all that, but you know, what's your message to us on, you know, how do we handle these things? Where are we missing out? I mean, because you are somebody, you're not a direct consumer, but you make sure everybody in your, this thing eats this, right? So where do you think we are, what are we missing? Especially on the pride part somewhere.
We get affected in it is, we as badminton players play with a shuttle which has duck and goose feathers. So when bird flu hit, we were hit badly. So we had real problems because China they said you can't import feather products or bird products from any country. And the byproduct is that we couldn't get shuttles across the country. And the sport was almost standstill for a lot of time. So this was, in fact, we had to bring this up to the PM himself in our meeting after the Thomas Cup win, because there was one circular which went out from the Animal Husbandry Ministry, which said that the shipment has to come from China to another port and sit there for 6 months and then come. So, which meant that we were not getting shuttles in the country, and the whole country had shortage of shuttles across the board. So we really struggled during that time. So I understand some bit of it from our side. But I think these are changing times with every business. I think it's important that we are alert about where the challenges are coming from. And we need to quickly be flexible in our response and build it very dynamic. I think no business of the future is going to be secure for many years the way it is. There are a lot more challenges which are going to come up, and I think it's very important to keep listening and be alert about what is happening across the world. I think that's something which I would think as a direct thing. I'm hopeful that the government is sensitive enough to listen to people and be compassionate and empathetic to entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, governments don't do that always. But unfortunately, in our country also, the reality is that politicians rule. In some sense, bureaucrats rule. And if we have to change anything, we have to become one, which is not a great place to be. But unfortunately, that's the reality of how things are, and we have to live with it. But hopefully, when some of us get to that position, hopefully we don't turn like them.
Okay. Gopi, thank you very much for that speech and inspirational this thing for all of us, for sharing your journey. I was thinking in many ways it's not a very, in most of the poultry guys' journey has been, we've been through going through this and all that. But again, phenomenal thing, and good luck to you. A lot more medals for sure you will get, but now hopefully in other sports too, not just in badminton. So with that, thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause to Gopi, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We had such an intriguing conversation. May I please request Mr. Ram Reddy and Mr. Anil Dhumal to join us on stage, and please felicitate Mr. Gopi Chand and present a small token of our appreciation. Round of applause, everyone, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to pick the lucky draw. I'd like to request Mr. Ram Reddy and Mr. Anil Dhumal to kindly come up on stage and pick the lucky winners. I hope you've all filled up your feedback forms. Let's see who those 15 lucky winners are. for the lucky draw announcement, and then we shall make a move. I request Mr. Ram Reddy, Mr. Anil Dumal, and Mr. Harish Garware to kindly come upon stage to announce the lucky winners. I think we have a huge Pandora's box.
All delegates, we really have very nice gift for you. Please wait.
All right, moving ahead with our first pick.
Number 061, Bipul Chandra Datta. Please come on the stage.
Please come up on stage. Congratulations.
He is from Avitech Agro, BD, Bangladesh.
Shivakumar Reddy, Area Manager, Virbac Animal Health.
Moving on to the next one.
Dr. D. Solomon, 070, 70 number. NutriVet, Dr. D. Solomon.
Can we have the next name, please?
We have a guest from Taiwan, Guan Yun Chen.
So can you please repeat?
Guan Yun Chen.
We have him.
Dr. Chambal Conch, Premium Chicks. Dr. V. Rajkumar, ICAR. Dr. V. Rajkumar, ICAR, Hyderabad. Chambal Conch. गेला? Dr. M. Keshavan, Shanti Feeds Private Limited.
I request Mr. Sirish to kindly come up on stage. Mr. Sirish Dopeshwar, can we please have you on stage?
Manam Samanta, Kemin Industries.
I request Mr. Uday Singh to also join us on stage.
Dr. Gajanan Chavan, Venky's India.
Can we all please cheer up for the winners over here? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Gajanan Chavan. Solomon. Manam Samantha Kemin. Are you around? तो ये नहीं आ रहा है इसको देने का तो इनको नहीं देंगे ना Dr. Mangesh Deshmukh, Godrej Tyson Food Limited. Just wave your hand if you are there. Dr. Akash More. Oh, it's More. Akash More, Veterinary College, Udgir. V. Sai Akil, Vijaya Sai Poultries.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir. Request you all to kindly take your seats once we're done with this. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Mr. Sirish Dopeshwar 2022. Over to you, Mr. Dopeshwar.
Good evening. One more gift. Sirish Dopeshwar, Secretary IPEMA. On behalf of Exhibition Advisory Committee and IPEMA, I would like to thank all of you, the delegates who have been here listening to the various speakers, for their time and for making this Knowledge Day function a grand event. with 1,400 delegates, it has been one of the biggest event for us in many years, and it's thanks only due to the delegates. So before I thank the others who made this day great, the speakers and others, I would like to first of all thank all the delegates. Coming to the day, the speakers today have done an excellent presentation, lucid remarks, and also answered the questions. So I would like to thank Dr. P.K. Shukla, Chairman, Knowledge Day Committee, for guiding this Knowledge Day Committee and also for giving the presentation, giving the talk today. I would like to thank Mr. Upamanyu Basu, Joint Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry, Mr. Greg Hitt, Production and Management Specialist, New Zealand, for his talk, Mr. G. Chandrasekhar, Economist and Senior Journalist and Policy Commentator. I would like to thank Dr. Sudhanshu, Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Agriculture, for joining us via virtual link. Mr. Srinivas Kuchibothala for his presentation on behalf of KPMC on the digital technologies. Similarly, Mr. Rahul Sharma, MD, India APCO Worldwide, for his presentation. And last but not least, I would also like to thank Mr. Pulela Gopichan for delivering one of the best, lucid, simple, and greatly inspiring talk today. I am sure all of you would have the same opinion when he spoke and spoke so inspiringly. I would like to thank all the team members in this, because organizing this and the Poultry India Expo, which is starting tomorrow, is a teamwork. So the entire team has worked hard for it, and I would like to thank all of them for making this a great event. I would also like to thank the specialized niche poultry press media, where we have worked together over the years, and they have done an excellent work in promoting the various news about poultry all over the country, and some of them have editions which go out also. So they also deserve our thanks for making the poultry sector and helping them with news and events. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we just got a little technical glitch. We'll start again in 5 minutes. Apologies for that. I request Mr. Nand Kumar, if you can hear me, I'd request you to kindly come over to the stage. Mr. Nand Kumar, if you're here, please come to the stage. A very good evening once again, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier in the day, we heard some insightful talks from experts from various domains, all aimed at ensuring a brighter future for the Indian poultry industry. And as we look at the future, it is only fitting that we acknowledge the role of those enterprising individuals who've played definitive roles in shaping the Indian poultry industry's journeys till now. These exemplary individuals have pursued excellence, and through their work, they have touched the lives of many. They are the role models that we all look up to. They are stalwarts who have inspired many among us and continue to do so even today. They are our legends. This year, we'll be honoring two such extraordinary individuals. Our first legend for the evening is Mr. Nisar Ahmed. May I please request our dignitary, Mr. Ponala Lakshmaya and Mr. Vijay Singh, to kindly felicitate our legend,
Mr. Nisar Ahmed. Mr. Nisar Ahmed, a first-generation entrepreneur, is a dominating name in the poultry industry. He started his entrepreneurial journey with Azra's Poultry Equipment in 1960 and now is the managing partner of Azra's Poultry Equipment and chairman of Wellfuse. Mr. Ahmed is credited with introducing cage systems way back in 1974 in the Indian poultry industry, at a time when it was still an unorganized and fragmented industry with almost no innovation. He has been instrumental in pioneering many technological advances. In 1994, Mr. Ahmed introduced the concept of broiler breeders in cages, a concept unheard of in any other country in the world. He pushed the boundaries again in 1988. He introduced feeding automation in broilers. In 2010, with a global partnership with Hellman Poultry Equipment of Germany, he introduced battery cages for layers and breeders in the open house system, which is by far the most successful cage system in the country today. Mr. Ahmed is currently working on the concept of broilers in cages. Even at this age, he's passionately working towards the successful commercial implementation of this innovative concept of broiler in cages. Needless to say, he has made a huge impact on revolutionizing the poultry industry. Mr. Ahmed is responsible for leading the industry to a place of rapid technological advancement of the Indian poultry industry as it is today. His more admirable qualities, apart from his tenacity, are that he willingly shares his knowledge with not just customers, but also his fiercest competitors. His motto is to grow faster and never stop pushing the boundaries of advancement. Mr. Ahmed is a part of several trusts and charitable organizations and has played an instrumental role in shaping the poultry industry in India and is a true role model for all of us. It's our honor to present him with the Our Legend Award of 2022. Please welcome Mr. Nisar Ahmed.
Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Let's hear it for him. Such is our legend that has moved the industry substantially. All right, moving on. So we just request Mr. Nisar Ahmed to kindly speak a few words of love.
I'm so honored to be here tonight and grateful to be the recipient of this award. It's a big day for me. It's been a long and hard journey of 62 years. There were ample difficulties and obstacles on the way, but something in me made me push through it all. The journey of Azra's poultry equipment started way back in 1956 by my late father, Mr. Bashir Ahmed. He was an ardent lover of livestock and had a small backyard farm. Back then, there was a lack of poultry equipment manufacturers, and so he designed his own brooders and other equipment. What started as a hobby developed into a business that has stood the test of time, driven by a passion that still remains. When I joined the business, I was just 16 years old. I started pushing the boundaries. Let me share with you what the poultry industry was like back then, so that you have a sense of what a great place we are in today. It was a very difficult time till 1973, and a 1,000 bird layer farm was considered a big one. The major problems the farmers used, using deep litter, faced was disease like coccidiosis and etc. It was during these years that a chance meeting with the American Peace Corps I came to know of the cage system used in California. I developed this system by just looking at pictures. Thus started the journey of cages and the introduction of the poultry cage system in India. The first batch of cages for 500 birds was supplied to a farmer by the name of Mr. Burby at Whitefield, Bangalore. I got my first large order in 1974 for 4,000 layer cages from Mr. Harbans Singh of Hyderabad. That was a large-sized poultry farm then. Today, an average farm is 5 lakh birds and above. I am proud to say that Azra's poultry equipment are the only ones who have survived the various economic cycles. While we have seen our competitors shut down, we have not only been able to sustain, but also grow despite the hardships of time. Only because of our quality, our dedication to R&D, and the commitment to the industry. Our international partners have also helped fuel further growth. In my career of 62 years, it has been a journey of ups and downs, exhilarations and frustrations, but a journey of experience, growth and self-satisfaction. And today I am thankful to the organizers of Poultry India for bestowing upon me this felicitation in recognition of my untiring efforts. To take a few names who have been my support and helpful to me in my journey. My late friend, Mr. B.V. Rao, Mr. Jagpati Rao, Mr. Lakshmaya Punalla, my late friend, Mr. Madan Mohan, Mr. R.K. Soni, Sheshaya, Radhakrishnaya, Somaraju, Upal Raju, Guru Raj, a farmer from Mysore, Manikam of Mega Farms in Mysore, and of course, Nandu Kumar, who is here with us today. Last but not least, my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Chakradhar Rao. It would not be complete without my constant supporters, my family and my staff, who still stand by my side till today. If there is one thing we all take away from this today is that we are at a great moment in the poultry industry. Befriend your competitors. They are also your colleagues. Knowledge is always better when it is shared. I reflect on my journey today. I thank my younger self for focusing on the goals and not the hurdles, by believing in myself when no one else did, for being there no matter how tough the going got. I dedicate this award to all my clients across the country as well as internationally. I would not be standing here today without you all, and it is because of your collective effort that the industry will continue to shine and grow to new heights. Thanks once again to Poultry India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've requested you to settle down, stay back and settle down. I want you to stay back. Last but not the least, our second legend for the evening is Mr. Jagbir Singh Dhul. May I please request our dignitaries, Mr. Ram Reddy and Mr. Nand Kumar, to kindly felicitate our Legends Award, our legend with the Legends Award 2022. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Mr. Jagbir Singh Dhul. Mr. Jagbir Singh Dhul is a well-known name in the poultry industry. he founded Skylark Hatcheries, which is now one of India's largest poultry producers in the year 1985 along with Jasbir Singh Dhul. Over the years, his relentless pursuit of quality and excellence has established Skylark as one of the largest vertically integrated poultry producers with a diverse portfolio of operations. This includes hatcheries, broiler contract farming, feed production, poultry processing, large-scale mechanized farming, and equipment fabrication. Under his leadership, Skylark expanded its operations across India, and its various divisions are now functional in the states of Haryana, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, MP, and Telangana. Skylark set foot in the international markets in 2014 with their first feed plant in Nepal, followed by new operational divisions in South Africa in 2015 and Myanmar 2019. Notable among Skylark's achievements under Mr. Jagbir's leadership is the production of a first-of-its-kind auto-batching feed plant. He was the first to introduce technologically advanced commercial broiler farms and environment-controlled houses with silo feeding systems, 2008, and pioneered the production of antibiotic-free chickens in 2009. In the year 2021, Skylark developed a single-stage incubator with a capacity of more than 87 lakh eggs, a first in the Indian market. In a career spanning over 3 decades, Mr. Jasbir Singh Dhul has contributed in putting the Indian poultry industry on the global map. He currently serves as a director in 7 active private and public limited companies and has played a pivotal role in shaping India's poultry industry. A true role model for all of us, he continues to drive Skylark to newer heights. It is a pleasure to present him with the 2022 Our Legend Award. Please welcome Mr. Jasbir Singh Dhul.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So what you've done is indeed legendary. And I'd request you to kindly speak a few words of love for us.
First of all, I like to thank you. Thank for all these organizers who arrange so nice this award for me. But my age is not so much. Even after they select me, that is very proud for me. Actually, Skylark, my business, I belong to agricultural family. I start with a very small broiler farm. When we finish my study, I start with broiler farm, only 1,000 birds. In 1980, at that time, my age was at 25 years. And after that, 1985, we start the hatchery business. And then up to about 2000, after 2000, we come in the layer business with a 20,000 pen stock with bones. And then we start our equipment division also. Today also we are running our equipment, making the equipment or different type of equipment, but we don't have any salesperson in India. because we want to develop the equipment for Skylark, and what we need that we want to develop that all of these equipments. But after the research and development, now first time we develop single stage incubator in India. And that is, we put in Hyderabad itself about 80 incubator in Hyderabad itself. And in our Jind also, that is big, about 150 incubator we have already installed. And that quality already we import some machine also. But we can say in proud that our eligibility is 2% more than the imported machines. And that is our proud. But we don't have explained to anybody till today. And after that, we developed different type of fans. About 6-7 type of fan we have, or small to big fan. And the power saver fan, we claim more than 30% to 50% energy saving on that fans. And that fan already we have given to Jaffa, and they give the report to me, 50% saving in breeder farm. They give the report to me, only for trial purpose. And you can see tomorrow in the stall also, now we are going to display all the fans. You can see tomorrow on the stall. And we also develop biogas system. All our farm are zero wastage discharge farm. No smell, no fly. All farms. We have about 24,000 digester capacity in house. And we produce about the total electricity. We produce electricity from that biogas, and we save about 10,000 tons of CO2 every year, only by generating the electricity, the green energy. And again, we have about 3.7 megawatt solar energy panel on all the roofs of our sites. And we save again 5,000 tons of the CO2. And the poultry waste, when they decompose in the open, it produces again that per my capacity we have the bees 20 lakhs, about the pen stock, layer and broiler, that produces about 260 ton of the waste. And that waste, if we decompose in the open, it produces about again 5,000 ton of the CO2. And methane about 60%, 30% CO2. Total is very, very high emission in the environment. That we save that old CO2 to emission in the atmosphere. In this way, we serve the total planet. That is my vision was that I want to work with a very, to save the old smell, flies, and produce electricity to save the energy itself. It also saved the energy for me. Lot of energy. And all these work, and today, and bones, we have started the bones in India. And we can claim now that the best bird in India today, the number one bird in India today, because the farmer says, not Skylark say it. And so many companies already come and go, but we are highly successful in the layer operation. So this type of achievement we achieve today. And we also request to all of these, the poultry producer, to save the CO2, to produce the electricity, and we help what they want. We know that everything. And our biogas is zero discharge of water. The problem is when we take the slurry out and we remove the solid from the slurry, and then the water is not recycled. We move in the whole world to find out the solution, but nobody gives the solution of the water actually. Then we develop that water system within 5 years with R&D, and then we able to today recycle that water. No water, zero water discharge from the biogas. Whole water is recycled. So no water required even. Lot of water required when you put in the biogas, because it is 90% water, 10% the solid. And then we have to mix about 2 times water in the feces. And now no water required, even wastage of old water, it is treated and recycled. Again, when we recycle it, the energy generation is increased by 1.44 times more in that after recycle of the same water. So this is our achievement of Skylark. And that's why I think that they consider me, like I never tell to anybody, or they consider me for this award. Thank you very much for everybody, all our community. I welcome to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Legend Award winners 2022. And now, we will have a round of introductions with the next generation of the poultry industry. And for this, I'm handing over the stage to Mr. Akshay Dhumal. This is yours truly, Rukhsar Hedri, signing out.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. How's it going? My name is Akshay Dhumal. I represent Dhumal Industries. And with me, we also have Kranti Potluri from the Chakra Group. And together, we're going to introduce the incoming next generation of entrepreneurs. So, Kranti, you ready to start? Okay, good. So, I'm going to call out your name, guys, and then just please come on stage. So, can we please have on stage Harsha Chitturi from Srinivasa Farms, Pradeep Krishna from SKM Group, Mr. Praneeth Polavarapu, Shubham from Balaji Hatcheries, Shubham Raj Singh Bayas from Vijay Raj, Mr. Bharat Jaglan from Bharat Hatcheries, Mr. Sudhakar Reddy, Managing Partner of Abhi Eggs and SRKR Poultry Farms, and Varun Dopeshwar from Dopeshwar Industries. A very warm welcome to you, guys. So guys, ready to take the center stage? So when we came into the industry was very welcoming to us. And obviously, I want to take this opportunity to reciprocate the gesture. And so guys, let's give a very, very, very big and warm applause for all these young, smart entrepreneurs who've decided to join our industry and decided to dedicate their entire careers for the poultry industry and for the betterment of poultry industry in India and obviously their companies as well. So let's have a brief, here's the plan. We're going to have a brief round of introductions. We're going to introduce everyone very quickly, and then we'll have a quick question and answer session. So we want to keep this very interactive. So guys, feel free to pitch in, ask questions, and just let's have some fun, okay? So let's start with Harsha. Harsha is a young business leader from Srinivasa Farms, a pioneer in Indian poultry industry. He has grown up seeing his grandfather, Shri Jagatpati Rao Chitturi ji, and father, Suresh Chitturi, who are stalwarts of the Indian poultry industry. Harsha, he describes himself as he's a highly practical and possesses realistic optimism. An outside-the-box thinker strives to make the company stand out to the customers and prospects. Harsha is on a mission to prove that one can build a profitable business while helping others around it. Harsha is currently managing pan-India layer operations for his business. he has successfully ventured in the branded retail egg segment by launching the Hello Eggs brand in the Hyderabad market successfully. Harsha is a graduate from Clark University, USA. So a very warm welcome to you, Harsha. Okay, moving on to Pradeep. Mr. C. Pradeep Krishna started his school education at Montfort Anglo-Indian School, Yakod. In 2017, after his school education, he joined Loyola College, Chennai, and completed his bachelor's degree in commerce. In 2020, while he was unable to go abroad to continue his higher studies due to COVID, he instead decided to get involved in SKM's day-to-day business activities for a year and gained an insight into the poultry industry. In 2021, he joined Alliance Manchester Business School of the University of Manchester, England, and completed his MS in marketing. So obviously, needless to say, Mr. Pradeep, he is very smart. After completing his higher studies, he's joined SKM Animal Feeds and Foods India Private Limited in the position of Executive Director to lead the business following the footprints of SKM's Chairman and MD, sir. So a very warm welcome to you, Pradeep, as well. Next up is Sudhakar Reddy. Sudhakar Reddy, I'm going to come a little closer to you so that everyone can see you. Mr. Sudhakar Reddy is the managing partner of Abhi Eggs and SRKR Poultry Farms. He graduated from SRM University, Chennai, and is extremely passionate about implementing upcoming technologies in poultry industry. So let's give a big round of applause for these three people, and we're going to have a little bit of fun, and we're going to ask them some fun questions. So can I please request you to take a step ahead? Kranti, you can also please come in. So, you know, we can both talk to these people.
Are you all okay with your hand? Okay. Oh, that looks scary for us.
So
So
guys, I want to ask you a very, very serious question, okay? Since I see that there are two bigwigs from the egg industry and one super bigwig from the broiler industry. So let's start off with Pradeep. I want to ask you guys, what's going to be the rate of chicken next week?
Hopefully over 105.
That's a good prediction. That's a good prediction. We hope so. We hope it's gonna be 105 and shoot up even more. Harsha, you want to say something about eggs?
You want me to guess the price?
Guess the price. Let's lock it.
I'm hoping it stays as it is right now. It's about 5:30. So as long as it doesn't drop, I'm happy.
Good. Great. Okay, so moving on to something more serious. We'll start off with you, Harsha. So let's talk a little bit about inspiration, okay? Since, you know, you're a third generation entrepreneur now. So I want to ask you, who or what inspired you to join the poultry industry?
Definitely my grandfather and my dad. Just poultry is what I've known since the time I've grown up, spending time with my granddad a lot and my dad. So they've been my biggest inspiration.
It's definitely in the blood.
It is definitely. And I can see that Harsha is very passionate about his business as well. So that's a very important and a very big deal, especially when it comes to poultry. Pradeep, so it's been about a year or so you're back in the business. So I want to ask you, what has been your perception of the industry so far? And how do you envision poultry, you know, going forward in the future? How do you envision the poultry industry for yourself, for the future?
Well, I think significant changes have begun in the industry in terms of modernization, creating an alternate distribution channel, and trying to brand our products further. So I think in the future we will follow these and hopefully have a better model in place.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good answer. That's a very good answer. Sudhakar, since you came into the business and you started branding your own eggs and you're servicing a metro city of Hyderabad.
Yes. Yes.
So I want to ask you a little bit about your retail strategy for the business and how is digital marketing playing into your game of things? And, you know, how do you intend to use digital marketing going forward?
Actually, it was my father's dream to brand an egg. I think as a son, I'm just helping him. In digital marketing, I think we can use, there is so much use in it, we can use it, definitely, that's for sure. I think, but now I think we are only using it in a small portion of it, but I think there is a huge potential to it. Yeah, sure.
Great. And when you actually do brand your own eggs and when they go in the market, do you see any change? Do you see that you get more stable prices, you get higher prices, and you know, what is your overall gut feel so far?
Currently we are selling an egg for 20 rupees.
Wow. Wow. Guys, did you hear that? Did you hear that? They are selling one egg for 20 rupees. 20 rupees. 20 rupees. We should all, everybody, we should give a big round of applause for that. Super. And can you tell us a little bit more that how the customer is willing to pay such a high price for one egg?
Yeah. Actually, the customer has a huge, I believe, a huge pocket. You see, we sell eggs in a different manner. We enrich eggs with vitamins, vitamin D3, selenium, vitamin E, omega fatty acids. People are getting aware of that nutrition now. I think we just need to tell, we are just explaining it to them that our eggs are enriched. That's it. They are buying it.
So guys, I think there's a lesson to learn here. And the lesson is that if we grow chicken in a very hygienic way, and if we end up feeding the chicken with the right ingredients, a clean source of raw material that we can actually convey to the customer or to the consumer, I think the consumer appreciates that and is willing to pay a higher price for our product. Is that right?
Right.
I think that's a very valuable lesson that we've learned today. And thank you Sudhakar for that. Thank you very much. Over to you, Kranti. My job is done.
Don't run away. So now we'll move on to the few entrepreneurs from the hatcheries. Mr. Praneeth Polavarapu, he's a grandson of late Sundar Naidu Garu, Balaji Hatcheries, son of Mr. Naveen Polavarapu, and he hails from Chittor, Andhra Pradesh. He has a bachelor's from Indiana University, Kelly School of Business with a focus on economics, business analytics, and sustainable business. Post-business school, Praneeth worked for Xylem as a social investment consultant, USA. He again has another international experience as an operational consultant from Impact Hub, South Africa. Now he's come back to join the family business Balaji Hatcheries and BSN Broilers as an executive director. Welcome, Praneeth. Mr. Bharat Jaglan from Bharat Hatcheries. He's a managing partner, Bharat Hatcheries, Haryana. Bharat graduated in agribusiness management from Michigan State University. That's very impressive because everyone goes for MBA, MS and all. This is agribusiness management. For the past 2 years, he's completely involved in business with a vision to uplift the farmers by providing best quality broiler day-old chicks. So that's the hatcheries, guys. The equipment, guys, I'll come back to you. We just wanted to know, like, with hatcheries coming in, what's your perspective of the industry and that you entered in during the COVID season?
I mean, when we entered, like, obviously the industry was in a very tumultuous time. So it's been very difficult to sell our chicks. We've sold chicks at rates when it was like 8 rupees as well, when we were producing 23, 24, and depending on the feed cost, it can go even higher. So it has been a very difficult time, but we realized that like diversifying our product portfolio has really helped soothe the losses a lot, and we're hoping that even in the future, like we can delve even more into other specific areas in the poultry industry and see if we can not put all our eggs in one basket, but put it in different baskets. So that's helped a lot. And obviously now 39 rupees for the last month, it's been a lot more stable and it's been helping a lot.
Right. And Praneet, don't hand over the mic. Yes. So you have this. Okay. Praneet, that question is still for you.
Sorry.
You're coming back from an international experience.
Yes.
So how is it working here with the farmers in your own company? How are you planning to bring down that experience to it?
It's definitely very different because when I worked abroad, it's all about fast-paced, get work done as soon as possible. Like, it's all goals, goals, goals. But here I realized that in the past 2 years, since my granddad asked me to come back and join the business, I realized it's a lot more relationship-based business, and it's pertinent that we spend the time with the farmers. So we'll go to the grassroots level, understand their problems, and see what we can do to help them even further. And that's something which my granddad has done all his life, and hopefully we can live up to that legacy and keep it moving forward as well.
Definitely not an 8-to-5 job.
Yes.
So, Praneet, I also want to tell you a fun fact. I see that you went to Indiana University.
Yes.
You know who's your alumnus? Me. I went to Indiana as well. We're from the same school. I went to Kelly School.
Yes, yes, yeah.
So we're
that's
alumnus.
awesome, yeah.
So we need a high five there. Okay.
Bharat, how do you envision poultry for your future and the future for your company?
So I actually believe for a breeding company, in the present situation, they probably need to vertically integrate, because chick selling is not going to work in future. You probably have to have your own broiler farm, and then you have to own your processing unit. Then only it's going to work, because the independent farmers are joining with the contract farming. So you probably have to vertically integrate.
Good luck with that. Moving on, we also have the third generation, Mr. Shubham Raj Singh. He believes in hard work is a key to success, with the knowledge being the guiding force. He has always been very enthusiastic about machines. I always used to see him in the show. He's not going to school during these days. He's put his actions together by achieving a mechanical engineering distinction from CBIT. He's now joined his grandfather and father, Mr. Vijay Rajji and Uday Singh. Being the third generation, he aims to take his family business to new heights with innovation research and automation in the poultry field. Now, during the pandemic, he's been working. That's nice. He's worked on H-frame structures and 3D model simulations. And we all have a football player also here. He's highly driven football player for the Telangana state football team, and he's also represented the Indian national football team. A big hand of applause. And we have Varun Dopeshwar. He wears many hats. He's a dancer, choreographer, performing artist, teacher, filmmaker, poet, juggler, and a TEDx speaker. Now we know whom to call on to next year for speaker. I know, I think I should just I'll have him perform something. While he dabbles in multiple mediums of creativity in his personal life, professionally speaking, he's a third generation again entrepreneur, the marketing director of Dopeshwar Engineering, a pioneer in manufacturing and fabricating equipment. for the chemical, agricultural, and the poultry sector in India. So yeah, who's going to perform? Football or juggling or dance or filmmaking? Football. So Shubham, your ambitions for yourself, for your company, for your grandfather.
Yeah, so I have actually grown up in this industry, like you know, and I've seen how my grandfather was in the industry and then dad taking over from him. And then that instills a lot of far-sighted vision in me to take this company to a next level, because there is a lot of scope for the R&D in the manufacturing sector. So that is my aim as of now.
Yeah, we want you to increase your volumes. And how many equipments are you planning to sell for the next 20 years?
Let's just keep that a secret.
Varun, same question for you, your ambitions. And how do you want to balance your work life with all your passionate works?
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, this is good. I think, yeah, okay.
Your drums will be more audible.
Okay. How I dabble in multiple mediums? I think I have decent time management skills. I don't think there's any more credit to be given to that. As far as my ambitions go, I don't know how many of you remember, but in the last Poultry India, when it happened, there was an IPJA ceremony, and my dad was awarded the Poultry Impact Award for his multiple innovations that he's come up with in the sector. And I truly believe the infinite potential that this sector has, especially in the waste management category. And someone who markets technologies and machinery in this sector, I think the main thing that we're struggling with is when you take any subject matter and you're not able to convince people of the intrinsic value it has, they will see it as a nuisance. And any money that goes into it, they'll see it as an expense. But if you're able to convince them of the intrinsic value that it carries and change the perception of that nuisance into an opportunity, then they'll see it as an investment. So it's primarily that's what I'm trying to do, because the technologies are available to us. We have access to some of the best in-class minds in this industry. You've seen how the industry has progressed over the last few decades. It's just a matter of perception, and I think that's the role I'm playing in this.
Nice. Awesome. So here goes your act. And 2. And 3. And start the juggling.
Oh, I can only juggle with tennis balls. I can't juggle with bottles and pins, unfortunately. But hopefully someday.
Okay. Or want to dance for us?
I don't think people
That's
would be
okay, I'm
interested.
just kidding.
Yeah.
Chill out. Okay, so let's welcome all of them and thank you for giving us your precious time.
I just want to make a quick closing note. And so I want to share my experience when I came into the industry. There's 2 things that I really like about this industry. The first thing is when you come into this industry, I found that the people are very rooted, they're very welcoming, and they're very warm. So you kind of feel like you're in this big family and in this big community. And it's really nice. It's a really nice feeling to have, especially in business. So that's one thing I really enjoy about this business. And this is for all the other young people out there as well. The second thing that I really like about this business is that it's a very, very growing business. And it's going to stay like that for the next 15, 20 years at least. In India, there is a huge deficit and a huge opportunity for us where we can make a good quality, affordable source of protein available to the masses. And that's the beauty of our industry. Our product is such that we can make available to the masses a very good and clean source of protein. And I think with all the super education that you guys come from and all the great exposure that you come from, it's up to you guys to take it forward and, show the industry, show the consumer, what exactly our product is all about. So once again, I want to welcome you all on board, and I want to wish you super luck. I want to wish you super success, and I'm sure you're going to find so many mentors whenever you need them. And all the best to you, and we look forward to you being here again in the next 10 years and telling us your interesting stories. So welcome. Let's have a big round of applause for these young entrepreneurs. And let's do our bit. Let's support them. Let's encourage them. And let's take this industry forward. Thank you so much for being here, guys. And thanks to all of you and all the delegates here. Oh, we're always up for a picture. Welcome, Harsha. Welcome to the industry. Welcome to the industry. Welcome to the industry.